Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the special meeting of the Peabody City of Council regarding the fiscal year 2021 City of Peabody operating budget. The City Council is meeting this special meeting for the purpose and discussion of any and all business via remote participation in accordance with Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Law and Governor Baker's emergency order dated March 12, 2020. In accordance with Governor's order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings via real-time, via technological means. Alternative public access to this meeting shall be provided in the following manner. The meeting is being televised via Peabody Access Television as well as the Zoom platform, and it is also being recorded by the city stenographer. If you'll please rise for a moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice to all. Thank you and welcome everyone. At this moment, I would entertain a motion to accept the budget proposal put forth by the mayor and recommend that go to the Finance Subcommittee meeting.
So moved, Mr. President.
You heard the motion by Councilor Gould. On the motion, Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. Was that a motion to accept or a motion to receive and refer?
Receive and refer.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Welton.
Yeah.
Councilor Welton. Baslaw.
Yes.
Mitsoulas.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Charis.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Melville.
Yeah.
McGinn.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Mr. President, move to adjourn.
You heard the motion by Councilor McGinn. On the motion, seeing no discussion, roll call vote.
Councilors Welton.
Yes.
Baslaw.
Yes.
Mitsoulas.
Yes.
Gould.
Yes.
Charis.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Melville.
Yes.
McGinn.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Mr. President, I believe we advertised for 6:10, so commence at 6:10.
Yes. This meeting is adjourned. We'll wait till 6:10 to start the budget meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the PBD City Council Finance Committee meeting, sitting as the committee of the whole. We have several items on the agenda tonight. First item is an overview of the fiscal 2021 City of PBD operating budget. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to you, President Rosignol, and all the members of the City Council. My name is Ted Betancourt, Mayor of the City, and I wanted to take a few minutes to speak to you about the fiscal year 2021 budget, and then I'll be turning over to Mike Gingras, our City Finance Director, to give an overview of the budget. Before I begin, I just wanted to make a few comments. My goal every year is to present a budget which provides for municipal services residents expect while maintaining PBD's stature as among the most affordable places to live in all of Massachusetts. And certainly, in a typical year, I would have already presented the budget. The school committee would have been before you, the school administration, we would have all presented city side and the school side to you for your approval and your review. But certainly this has been as atypical a year as I could imagine. And it's been very challenging on many levels, which I'll speak to in a moment. But first, I wanted to thank all of you. All of you have reached out to me to show your support, ask questions, to try to be of assistance as we've tried to navigate our way through this economic crisis caused by COVID-19. And I just wanted to show my appreciation, all of you, for that, to each of you, and to allow me and our team to put together, or to kind of wait till the very end of June in order to put forth our budget. We've been trying to gather as much information as we could, and the additional time that all of you afforded us really helped try to present a clearer budget, even though there's still a great deal of uncertainty to it. Second, I wanted to thank the members of the finance team here for the City of Peabody. First and foremost, our City Finance Director, Mike Gingras, who has just been incredible, logging an incredible amount of hours, working with our budget, working with all the different departments, and really honored to work with him, as well as the other members of our team, our City Auditor, Mary Martin, our City Assessor, Susan Antonellis, our City Treasurer, Diane Full, our City Tax Collector, Chris Morphus, and our City Purchasing Agent, Dan Doucette, and their teams. They've been wonderful to work with. And again, in this challenging year because of the crisis, it was great to see them even step up more than usual and put in an incredible amount of hours to try to present you with the best budget we could going forward. So certainly, I think all of you know the position that we're in. I've spoke to you about it in the past at some earlier council meetings. We've all had private conversations. I've tried to get the message out as best I can on social media and in different platforms that I have to talk about what the COVID crisis has meant to us. And certainly behind the devastating human toll that the COVID-19 has caused, the pandemic has left cities and towns in economic turmoil, the worst it's been in decades. So this has put a lot of additional work on all of us to try to navigate our way through it. And I'm going to do the best I can to answer questions, speak to some of the concerns that I had, and kind of the background as to what's brought me here today in order to present this budget to you. As all of you know, our budget is comprised of 3 funding mechanisms. Last year, just using round numbers, we had a budget of $160 million. It's put together through 3 funding mechanisms. The first and largest is real estate taxes, residential, commercial, industrial, personal property. All that takes about $110 million of the $160 million budget that we present, about 2/3 of the overall budget. And this year, the taxes have been extremely difficult to collect, more so by far than any other year that we've experienced. As you know, we collect quarterly. This quarter that was due on May 1st, now we've pushed that back to give people some additional time. We actually now extended that to June 29th next week. There's no penalties and no interest on that. We were expecting about $27 million. We're short about $3 million to date. And Mike Gingras can maybe update that number. But last we looked, we were about $3 million short. That's by far the biggest discrepancy that we've had in collection in any quarter, certainly that I've been mayor, and I think we can go back considerably further than that. We're hoping that some additional money comes in over the course of the week. People may be waiting to the very end, which is understandable, and we're hoping to make some collections. But right now, we're looking at a $3 million deficit just on collection of this quarter's real estate taxes. So that's put a significant hit on us. The biggest one, and I always use this as an example, is the North Shore Mall. We get about $800,000 in tax revenue from them a month. They've been closed for 3 months. That's looking at about $2.5 million that we haven't been collecting. Thankfully, the mall is up and operational. I think they're about at half capacity now. So that's good news. People are working. People are going to the mall, and we're hoping that that allows the mall's well-being to be in better shape going forward. But for a 3-month period of time, we weren't collecting taxes from the mall. We weren't collecting taxes from a number of businesses that were not employed at the time, were not open. And of course, with all the layoffs and everything, it will be it's been difficult to collect tax revenue from all of our citizens as we have in the past. So that's the first funding mechanism. The second is state aid. We were expected to receive, when we got word in February, about $30 million in state aid. That $30 million is in two forms. The first is unrestricted general government aid, UGA money, UGGA. We were expecting about $9 million in those funds, and then $21 million in Chapter 70 money, which goes directly to education. So about $30 million we were expecting in Chapter 70 and UGA, unrestricted government general aid money. That money has been put on hold. Right now, the state, who's also experiencing their troubles, trying to figure out where their budget's at. We've been told that that money, or that state aid, the number could be coming to us in July, could be August, could be September. We just don't know. I want to thank our State Representative Tom Walsh, Ted Spiliotis, Senator Joan Lovely. They've reached out to me on a weekly basis. I know they spoke to a number of you. They're doing the very best they can, providing us information, updates as best they can. They've been allowed us to take, and I know some of the members of the council were on those calls, some conference calls from some of their leadership. But right now, we do not know what the state aid number is going to be. We've been told, just based on conversations with state officials and some of my colleagues, other mayors, town managers, that to expect a 15% reduction in both unrestricted general government aid and in Chapter 70 education. 15%, that would run about $5 to $6 million in less revenue than we were expecting. Certainly significant. Then the third area of revenue that's a funding source for us is local receipts. That's motor vehicle excise tax. That's motel tax. That's meals tax. Certainly the motels have been down significantly, and a number of restaurants, although some have opened up now and some even tried to stay open during the pandemic, but certainly their numbers were way down, and we're receiving millions of dollars less in revenue than what was expected from those sources. So all three funding sources, there's a great deal of uncertainty. We're down several $1 million in what we had expected. And obviously that's put a great deal of strain on our city budget, on all of our departments, on our employees, and on all of us as elected officials to try to do the best we can. I consider this, and I think this is a phrase you'll hear from me quite a bit tonight, that this budget is going to be a work in progress. I wanted to move forward tonight with the budget rather than moving forward with a 1/12 budget, which I'll explain further in a moment. A number of you have asked about that, and it's a very good, legitimate question, and I'll speak to that in a moment. But I wanted to move forward with the budget today and get the votes we need in order to move forward. However, I expect that come August, come September, that we'll be having a number of meetings. In fact, I'd like to, when the council's ready, schedule those meetings ahead of time for August, September, so that we can continually review this budget. Hopefully our state aid numbers come in. So hopefully the economy is bouncing back quicker, and the tax revenue comes in better shape than it is now. And then we can make adjustments and supplements to this budget as we move forward. I'm trying to be optimistic and maintain a positive attitude and hope things get better. I think certainly in a lot of cases, this is a worst case budget. However, it might not be the worst case. Some experts think that we're looking at could be a second wave of the pandemic, and that the fall and winter could be difficult as well. That could put further strain on all of us. And if the economy doesn't bounce back as quickly, that also additionally puts strain on all of us. But I'm hoping that we're through the worst of it. Our numbers are much better in terms of COVID, and businesses are opening, people are getting back to work, and I'm hoping that we can move forward and that things improve from here. And then we as elected officials, city council, school committee, and I can work together and maybe supplement this budget and help to eliminate some of these cuts that we have to make that I'm proposing here today. So there's many variables ahead of us, many ways this could go. But as the restrictions lift from the governor and people are able to do more, I'm hoping that we're in a better situation. And then we, as I said, can meet monthly, bi-monthly, and kind of work through some of these issues together. I think that's going to be important. My overriding goal during the course of this budget preparation was to try to preserve jobs as best we can, so we can continue to perform those core essential services. We have outstanding teachers and police officers and firefighters and DPW workers and library workers, park and rec, across the board. City Hall, we have a number of people that work extremely hard, that are real assets to our community and people that I'm proud to work with. And I was really trying to focus on trying to retain as many of the jobs as we can. Unfortunately, because of the situation we find ourselves, there have been a number of positions that I'm asking not to fund, or that we've had to combine. A lot of those are on the school end, which you'll hear more about at a future meeting. And a lot of jobs that through attrition, we just didn't fill. Through retirements, we did offer an early retirement on the school side that a number of people took advantage of. And through attrition, we didn't fill some of those jobs. And that was one way that we reduced some of the costs and expenses. We eliminated a large majority of the part-time positions, hopeful that we can bring them back in the future. Right now, I think there are some part-time still working that are essential right now, some special education, paraprofessionals, some transportation over at the senior center and in the schools that are helping with our food service program that we've been running during the spring, and we're looking to continue that in the summer. So some of those positions, however, the large majority we've had to eliminate, at least for the foreseeable future. 1/12 budget is something that we spent a lot of time discussing internally. I reached out to a number of other cities and towns to get their thoughts. That was a very popular discussion point in a number of the conferences with state officials and other mayors that I was involved in, as well as Mike Gingras with his peers and colleagues in the different finance departments across the city. We felt that it was best to move forward with a overall vote tonight. And the reason for that is I think that we are looking at a budget that's millions of dollars in the hole, millions of dollars below what we were expecting. Could be in the range of $6 to $10 million that we're behind right now. And my feeling in talking to other people and in talking to our finance team here is that it was best to move forward now, make some difficult decisions now, not kick the can down the road, not hold off this month and maybe take it up in July or take it up in August. My feeling was if we made some difficult decisions now, and a lot of them are reflected certainly in this budget, then that might allow us to bounce back all the quicker and be able to bring back some of these positions that we need, that are important to our government function, and that by making difficult decisions now, that was the best course to take. There are some meritorious arguments to go with the 1/12 budget, but ultimately we thought that this was the best way to go. Tackle these head on now, make some tough cuts, make some tough decisions, and then be in a position that hopefully come the fall, we're in a better position by having made these difficult decisions a couple of months before. So that's why we move forward today. Certainly, Mike Gingras might be able to touch on that a little bit more from his perspective, but that was my perspective as to why I wanted to go forward with getting the vote today. I think a number of cities and towns are doing that. I can't speak to every city and town, but at least the ones in the surrounding area that I'm in communication with, they're proceeding the same way. So I'm here to answer questions as best I can about the overall budget, about individual decisions. I tried as best I could to kind of spread the cost savings around to the different departments. You're going to see some, like the schools, we level funded. There were a couple of departments, I think health and emergency management, which I think would be pretty self-explanatory. There were some slight additions, or we kept that the same. But all the other departments experienced some cuts, and some were certainly painful that disrupt their operations. I know our department heads are here. I want to thank all of them for their hard work in keeping things going over the last few months. A great deal of pressure has been on our department heads. I want to thank Beth O'Donnell, our Human Resources Director, who's been a key part of working through the numerous issues that pop up on a day-to-day basis through this COVID pandemic. And but our department heads have really worked extremely hard, and we're working on our plan to kind of get things back, hopefully to normal, all the quicker. And but there are a number of departments that I tried to keep people in the same general range, but ultimately there are some that were higher percentages than others. And I'm certainly happy to answer questions about that as we go through the individual budgets. But extremely difficult time. Trying to remain optimistic. Again, I appreciate everybody's support and assistance and recommendations from all of you as we've gone through. I could definitely say that each of you has reached out to me multiple times with thoughts and questions and just asking for ways to help. And, you know, I don't think we have that in other cities and towns. So I'm very appreciative of that. But again, this is a work in progress. There'll be future meetings where we're going to have to continue to hash this out and probably make some difficult decisions. I've been working with our unions and trying to work with them again to make sure that we keep as many jobs as we can. But depending on state aid, depending on how the economy bounces back, I think there still could be some very difficult decisions ahead of us. I don't know what's going to happen with our schools. Waiting for some guidance from them, but a lot of some of the school budget questions will certainly be determined whether we continue to do remote learning or if we just go back to school full time again in September, or if there's a blending of remote and full time. That's yet to be determined. That's something we're going to have to talk about as a city council, certainly as a school committee. And that's why I see this as being a work in progress. So with that, I wanted to turn it over to Mike Gingras, our finance director, who's going to break down the budget for us, give an overview. And again, I'll be happy to answer any questions as the evening proceeds. And again, I want to thank our department heads who are all here and ready to talk about the individual departments. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ready to move forward with Mike Gingras.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gingras.
Mike, put your microphone on.
There we go. So a number of years ago, there was a contract agreement with the school custodians and maintenance to become part of the facilities department. And we were going to merge them into the city budget last year, in the middle of last year. But with Kara's passing, that wasn't available to do. So we thought best that we do it at the beginning of the next budget year. It's something that's contractual, it's something we had to do. So if you look at this slide, you'll see that in red, the value of the facilities that came over for FY 2020 was 2.9 million. If you add that to the prior year city budget, the adjusted budget for FY 2020 would be 80 million. sorry. We went through different areas of the budget, and we have an increase in purchase or professional services of 412,000. That's mostly from Covanta. So we had to sign a new agreement with them for taking in the trash. The rest of it is mostly reductions. We have $2.1 million of reductions in personal services, 423,000 in debt service, and purchase services, 150,000. For the total of the city side of the budget has been reduced almost $2.4 million. This next slide shows the city and school combined. And as you can see that there's a slight increase in the school over a total level funding of about $500,000. You can see overall that this budget's decreased 1.9 million. Benefits have increased. No, I'm sorry. The public safety's decreased 1.4 million. Human services, 300,000. Employee benefits are slightly up because of we moved over the facilities department from the school, so we took on a little bit more on health insurance for those folks. A slight increase in public works due to the contract from Covanta. General government shows a reduction, debt service shows a reduction, and culture and recreation, all around $400,000. So net overall, the budget combined city and school is reduced approximately 1.9 million from the prior year. This is the same look in a pie chart version. We have 51% education, 17% employee benefits, 7% of public works, 13% public safety, 3% general government, 2% in culture and recreation, 2% human services, and 5% in debt service. And those are almost equal to last year's numbers. The only really increase is public works because they were 5% last year because of the facilities being part of that area. This next slide, I was trying to show you where we stand right now. The estimated amount to be raised in fiscal 21, including state charges and allowance for abatements, and allowing for 1/3 of a potential 2020 deficit is $162,216,964. So if you look at the second column in, projected number 1, the first line of the school budget is 74.8 million. The vocational budget, 4.4 million. And then the city budget is 77.7 million. That's a total budget of 156.9 million, which is the 1.897 or $1.9 million reduction from the prior year. In addition to that, we have state and county assessment charges so far that we have received from the state of 3.2 million. I've upped up the abatements just 100,000, but that will have to go up more next year. And in the FY 2020 deficit, I put in 1.5 million. Currently, we're about $6.7 million short of expectation for the current year budget. In this projection, I was using 6.5 million. The states allowed us to take allowed us to take our deficit and spread it over 3 years. In this example, 1.5 million equates to 4.5 million, 1.5 million a year. And then you'll see further down in the slideshow where I've used $2 million of reserves to kind of get us out of fiscal 2020, using a combination of real estate taxes and reserves to make up that 6.5 million. Currently, like the mayor said earlier, we're hopeful that we recoup some of that, and we still have some postings to do in a few more days in the fiscal year. So that could be reduced some. So whatever impact that I show here could be less. But right now, this is a fairly accurate portrayal of what we're facing. In the columns to the right, I'm showing the same amounts that have to be raised, 162.2 million. And then further down into the slideshow, I'll show you different ways we may be funding that. But just to make one point, that even this amount to be raised this year with the additional $1.5 million to get us out of FY 2020 is still 278,000 less than we raised in FY 20. This slide is going to show a number of different scenarios that could potentially happen. The first scenario, projected number 1, shows that we would use some combination of reserves and available funds of 3.7 million. State aid is reduced 15%, both education and local aid. Our local receipts, my estimate, and you'll see that down further in the slideshow, is down 2.6 million from the prior year. So in order to fund 162.2 million, we would need a tax levy of 115 million in this scenario. In the next scenario, we're looking at 2.7 in reserves. In this assumption here, state aid is only reduced 1% for education, 15% for local aid. That gives us a $28.5 million amount of state aid, same amount for local receipts, but the tax levy is reduced to 113.1 million, and to make up for that total need of 162.2 million. The third scenario is hopeful that we get COVID aid through the federal government. In this scenario, we use 2.3 million of reserves and local receipts. The state aid reduction is 1% again, and 10% in local. We remain the same with the local receipts of 17.8 million, and the tax levy in this scenario with $3 million of COVID funds would be slightly less than last year's tax levy. So you can see that there's a lot of different ways this can go. And I just wanted to show you different variations. This is a look at the first cut of local receipts that we have. We know that motor vehicles are going to be down. We know that hotels, motels are going to be down. I put 25% reductions in hotel and meals tax. I have motor vehicle at status quo for now. We weren't able to bring in money at the landfill because it was closed for a number of months. So I moved that over to this year because we didn't collect it last year. I kept everything else in line to what we were pretty much going to collect during the course of FY20. And we're at 17.8 million. This is an area that we're going to have to continue to look at, continue to work on and revise. And as the mayor said, over the next few months, August, September, October, November, we'll keep adjusting this and making changes, and hopefully we can adjust it further up. So with that, residential values have increased approximately 4%. And so if you look at projected one column, we're going from 6.8 billion to 7.1 billion. Our commercial is down slightly from 1,630,000 to 1,609,000. Most of that is the mall. We had a negotiated reduction there. I want to point out, I have the wrong date on the slide. These values are as of January 1st, 2020. The taxes will be based on whatever the values were January 1st, 2020. That means all the values based before COVID. So next year is when we'll really get the COVID impact in terms of our values, and commercial and industrial in particular. That kept the projection for new growth similar to each year. We're right around $1 million. I have it at 900,000. And under scenario number 1, the tax levy would be 115 million. Under scenario number 2, the tax levy would be 113 million. And under number 3, it'd be the 110 million. So this next slide for those projections gives you a little flavor of what the tax impact would be. At a CIP rate of 175% under the projected number 1 scenario, you're at about $280 increase on average. At the projection number 2 scenario, you're just under 200, 193. And if we get COVID funding from the federal government or from the state, or they free up the existing COVID funding that we have 4 million available to the city, but it's only on a reimbursement basis. If they change that to allow it to be used for revenue enhancement, then we could be looking at around 68, under $100 tax impact. So this next slide takes a look at our free cash and stabilization funds. When we began the year, we had 11.2 million in free cash, 2.8 in stabilization, just over 14 million in reserves. During the course of the year, we used $1 million to reduce the tax rate. We had some investments in projects. So we had a total reduction of 1.7 million. That leaves us with 9.5 million in free cash and 2.9 million in stabilization for a total of 12.4 million. So through the scenarios that I did earlier, we have a budget gap from FY 2020 of 2 million, or 6.5 million, 2 million here, 4.5 million in taxes. And to proposal to reduce the FY 2021 tax rate in projection number 1 would be 2 million from free cash and 1 million from stabilization. That would leave 7.5 million in free cash, almost 2 million in stabilization, and overall $9.5 million in reserves. So we'd still be in a fairly good position, even having to make up for a really huge deficit in FY 2020. To summarize, the operating budget that's being presented is 156.9 million. It's a decrease of 1.9 million or 1.2%. Everything else pretty much has to be determined. The local receipts we're going to continue to work on, maybe get them higher than 17 to 18 million. Available revenues from the free cash and stabilization could be up to 3.7 million. State aid we're waiting on, and then any federal relief. So that's the city side of the budget, or the city budget in total. Now I'll move on to the enterprise funds. First one we're going to look at is the water and sewer enterprise. In FY 2019, we generated $17.2 million. Last year, we had several rate increases, and we had budgeted to expect about $19.5 $9.4 million. To date, we've billed just over 19 million, 19,063. And I'm using that as a baseline for the FY 2021 budget, assuming we're going to bill at least the same amount, given the no rate change. This is the sewer budget. It was 9.5 million in FY 2019. We budgeted 9.6 million in FY 20. It's projected to come in under budget at 9.4 million. The current year 2021 budget is up slightly to 9.7 million. The water budget was 9 million in 2019, 9.5 million we budgeted for FY 2020. It's going to come in under budget around 9.3 million. And the budget for FY 2021 is significantly less, 6.2, almost 6.3 million. We don't have to pay for the water we use from the fire at Coolidge, and that's saving us $3 million. So we were very close on water rates to being able to support the FY 20 budget. And I think we're going to be okay with that as long as we collect everything. And then for 2021, we should be fine. Here's the overview. We budgeted for FY 2020, 19.5 million in revenue, 18.2 in expense. The projection is just a little over 19 million in revenue, 8.1 in expense, with a profit from operations of 872,000. And then for 2020, it should be, I see an error here, it should be 19 million, not 19.4. So it's about $500,000 too high here. So once we pay for debt service, instead of being 3.499, it should be just around $3 million. We expect this year to come in at $321,000 positive, as long as we make all of our collections. And with that $3 million surplus for FY 2021, it should start building our retained earnings so that we can start paying the SRF loans for the water pipeline in the Winona project. The skating rink is the next enterprise. You can see in 2019, we collected 685,000. We budgeted revenue for 680 this year, but it was shut down in March. We collected 517,000 to that point. And we're budgeting again at 690, approximately the same as 2 years ago. The skating rink seems to be able to support about $690,000 a year. The expenses for the skating rink were $678,000 in 2019. We budgeted similar amount in 2020. Since we were closed, we took the ice out. We were able to save on utilities for the past couple of months. So that will come in under. And then we budgeted again at 674 for FY 2021. If you include, when you include debt service, the total expense for this year will be 735,000 and 768,000 for the FY 2021 budget. So the overview of the skating rink, in 2019, we had a gross profit from operations of $6,000, meaning our revenues exceeded our operating expenses. Same in our budgeted forecast, 680 versus 678. However, with the pandemic, we're looking at a $122,000 shortfall. And then next year, if we achieve our 690 revenues, we'd have a slight operating profit. Again, the operating profit's not enough. If you look at the debt service of 96,000 in 2019, now it's going to be 95,000 this year and 93,000 in 2021. The discounting rate's going to continue to have about $100,000 deficit each year. The operations can be covered by its own revenue, but it's going to require a subsidy from the city to pay for the debt service. And if we happen to close the rink, we would still have to pay the debt service. The golf course in 19, we collected 1.3 million. We budgeted 1.5 for FY20. And for this current fiscal year, with the golf course being back open and pretty much fully operational in terms of golf, I project we're going to collect about 1.275 million, and then next year approximately 1.4 million. So the golf course is broken up into two budgets, one for the clubhouse and one for the grounds crew. The clubhouse budget for FY 2018 was 436,000. For 2019 was 498,000. And for this current year, it's 534,000. You see the expense for this year is 386,000. In particularly the cart lease, only 42,920. We negotiated with the lease company to push those leases off to this year, to FY 2021, so that we could use the funds in FY 21 that we would normally have to spend on debt service, because the debt service ended in this current fiscal year. The grounds budget for 19 was 512,000. We budgeted 574 last year, or this year, 2020. He's going to come in under at 517. And for 2021, he took a little cut of 554,000 to maintain the grounds and operations there at the golf course. So the total overview of the golf course in FY19, we generated 1.3 million in revenue, had 934,000 in expenses, for a gross operating profit of 425,000. Of that, we had to pay debt service of 468,000, which caused a slight deficit there of 42,000. We had beginning retained earnings of 313,000. 13,313. We received a grant from the CDA of 150,000. So we ended with retained earnings of 120,000. So we began FY 2020 with 120,519 in retained earnings. So if we look at the projection for FY 20 of 1.275 in revenue, 904,000 in expense, there's a gross profit of 371,000 against the debt service of 489,600. So we have operating loss of 118,000. We have the 120,000 left in retained earnings. So we're going to be very close to, I wouldn't say break even, but covering all of the costs within the golf course budget in retained earnings. For FY 2021, the golf course revenues are projected at 1.4 million, just over $1 million in expenses, generating 311,000 in operating surplus, small amount left in retained earnings. So that would build our retained earnings to 312,000. And then I would suggest next year we take a look at whether we want to continue as an enterprise or change into a revolving type fund.
Thank you, Mr. Jingers. Questions from the council on, again, we want to keep the questions limited to the overview presentation from the mayor and from the director of finance. Councilor Shrest.
Thank you, Council. To Mike Jingles, if you can explain something to me, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. On the page 7, where you give projections 1, 2, and 3, on the first projection, how likely, if you could, best to your knowledge, is the reduction of 15% education, 15 local, what's the percentage of likelihood that would happen?
I
your best-
really don't know, but that's the number. The 15% is the one that most cities and towns are using. Some are using 10%. But then I've been on phone calls where they said education aid could be little as 1%. So-
Okay, so that brings me to my question. And it'll all come to sense at the end. On the state aid of 1% education cut, how likely is that compared to the 15% education? Because that's a dramatic drop from 15.
I would say the 15% is more likely than the 1.
Okay, so if we go to the next projection 3, where you have the 3 million in COVID revenue, right? How a possibility is that? What's the likelihood of that number coming in?
I think that one has some potential because we already were allocated 4.6 million and we've applied for use of $500,000 of that. So we still have $4 million allocated to us. And I know the legislature's trying to work with the federal government and trying to free up that money from being only reimbursement eligible to be able to replace revenue with it.
Okay, and again, just jumping up on so you think so going back up on 15% local cut, how likely do you think that is?
I think that's more likely than the education cut.
Okay, so with all that being said, and I know you had to put a bunch of different scenarios in, and I respect that. Why don't we have a projection that uses the 15% in education, keep the 15 in local, and do the 3% COVID, and has that as a projection number 4, and what the numbers would look like there?
I could do that for you.
I mean, would that be more?
That almost anyone's more likely than the other, except for I think the local being around 15% could be more likely than that. The state aid for education at 15%, I think they're going to try to find a way to support more funding for schools.
Sure, but again, like I said, I think the 15% is more likely. I think the 10 to 15% for education is probably likely, but also using the most likely of the 3 million into a projection, what that would look like. Because if we look at the things that's most likely, I would like to see a projection of that. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just put it out there for you.
So what I was trying to do is give you a range of possibility from $289 to $68. There's going to be something in between depending on what we use for local receipts, what we get for state aid, what other funding. It's going to be somewhere in that range. And I could put together whatever scenario you think is appropriate, but it's not going to be reality till we actually get some more information.
Yeah, and I get that. I'm just saying, I just didn't know if those two are the most likely to have something as a projection for. So we have another column that maybe where we really can expect, I guess. I don't expect 1% decrease in education. I do not expect that's going to happen. And 3 million in COVID is that you thought would be possible, more likely. Just a thought, throw it out there, just my question. Thank you, Mike.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Stress. Councilor Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The last I heard on the state budget, which, they're looking between $6 and $8 billion deficit. So it's whatever it's going to be, it's probably not going to be pretty. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingras, you had mentioned that there's a $6 million deficit this year for FY20, and then that there was going to be $2 million from reserve, and along with I think you said 3 years at 1.5 over 3 years. So that would be FY 21, 22, and 23.
That's correct.
Okay. I just, and I'm, this is more of just a question for me. So, are we going to fulfill that 3 years, that FY 21, 22, 23 of 1.5? I'm sure that we're going to use some sort of debt mechanism for that, correct? Some sort of bonding. Is that how that we're going to fulfill the fiscal year 20 obligations?
No, the Department of Revenue has allowed cities and towns, if they have a deficit, to spread the deficit over 3 years through the tax rate. So you have to tax your way out of it. And so I was showing a scenario where we use a combination of taxes and reserves to fulfill the 2020 obligation or the deficit for 2020. Right now it's looking at 6.5 million, could be 4, but it's got to be something significant.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is essentially that this would be we would be taxing in 2023 for the 2020 obligation.
That's correct.
And we're going based off of I know that was that late March legislation that I think it was through legislative act, correct? That they allowed to do that.
Yep.
And the difference between that and I mean, are any other communities? The reason I'm saying this is the bond market right now is advantageous in some of the rates. Would we be eligible for something like that?
I don't think we're allowed to borrow for a deficit, to be honest.
Okay.
I'd have to look at that.
All right. So they didn't do that for this particular. So they're saying essentially a tax our way through.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Gingras. Mike, page 8 of the presentation, on the 4th column over from the top where it says fiscal 2021 year to date. Is that supposed to be fiscal 2020 year to date?
Correct. Yeah, should be 20.
Okay, so I get that. My next question, when you several times during the discussion, I guess I could wait until the DPS portion of the budget, but I'll ask you now since you mentioned it. You said Covanta as far as increases. Did you mean JRM, or what was the reference to Covanta and the increased trash costs?
So we had a 5-year agreement with Covanta to dispose of our trash. JRM takes the trash to them and they dispose of it. And there was a significant increase in the tipping fees. I don't have it off the top of my head, but they were translated, when you look at the DPS budget, to $300,000 increase.
Okay, so we've renegotiated that contract. So that's separate from the JRM contract?
That's correct.
And how long are we under contract now with the new numbers?
5 years.
Okay, we don't have to worry about this.
There's a 3% escalation each year.
Okay, good. And then my last question, because I don't find another portion of this budget where I'll be able to ask it, is you mentioned the mall negotiations for a decrease in tax. What was that number that we Um,
Prior to the COVID, prior to any of this economic downturn, because of their construction up there and stores being closed because of the construction, we negotiated a $30 million value decrease.
That equate to in dollar amounts to the budget, though. Do we know?
400 maybe, I don't remember. I have to check that.
$400,000? Can we get that, an accurate number for that?
Yeah, I can check it for you. Yep.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other councilors? Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. So I had a kind of a general question from a layman's standpoint of view. So the mayor talked about the North Shore Mall. Their average tax bill to the city was about $800,000 a month, and they were closed for 3 months. So what I want to understand is, when they say they're closed for 3 months, does that $2.4 million, are they going to pay that without interest and penalties? Or how does that? I'm just trying to understand that. I guess they didn't pay for $800,000. Then how does that affect them and other commercial property owners? If they fall behind, when are they going to get caught up on that $2.4 million? I assume we don't forgive them of that. That's just something that they were close, they weren't paying. I'm just trying to understand how that works in the real world.
Yeah, so generally, if you don't make your tax payment, you're going to start to accrue interest. And eventually, if you don't pay it, you're going to go into tax title. And at some point, the city could take the property. Now, that's not going to happen with the North Shore Mall, but they could defer payment and rack up some interest costs. But right now, they haven't paid their fourth quarter payment as of now.
And so I forget the numbers the mayor used. I think he said we're maybe 21 million behind collecting. So we build out. How are you seeing that? Most people pay their taxes for their personal property. A lot of people escrow it, just goes seamless, and the mortgage company pays it. How has it affected the commercial properties? Because those obviously are usually a larger tax bill. And how have we seen that affect the city revenues? And I'm just curious about your commentary on that and your concern. And you think they'll, if they choose to carry it and pay the interest, that's great. We get interest, but in the meantime, we got to pay our bills. So maybe if you could just touch upon that a little bit so we understand better.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, we need the cash flow in order to pay our bills. As far as the commercial properties, we're approximately $3 million uncollected in all taxes. I haven't looked at how much is commercial and how much is residential. I suspect that there's a good deal of it that's commercial because of the closings of restaurants and hotels. And you have to realize that the city of Peabody, between restaurants, hotels, retail, the North Shore Mall, it's about $14 million of taxes. So we had such a downturn in the economy that's going to affect those businesses. And I'm not sure how much of that $3 million that's been uncollected so far is business, but I would guess a significant amount of it. The other thing too is next year I think will be worse because we have a lot of businesses choosing not to open, to go Chapter 11. Their tax will be based on their January value this year, so that's going to be a high value until they submit profit and loss statements for the next January of 2021. That's when we'll see significant value changes in commercial real estate.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, as much of a challenge we face this year, next year probably could be as challenging as this year, you feel?
I feel exactly that. And I think that's why when the mayor talked about meeting September, October, November, we're gonna have to continually meet and look at, what our revenues are, how they're going. Can we support the budget at the time with that kind of revenue flow? Or do we have to make changes and take some action?
Thank you. I appreciate explaining all that. Thank you very much. All set.
Thank you, Council Sasslaw. Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through to Mr. Gingras. Could you go, you've touched upon it, Council Turco brought it up, and you touched upon it. Could you just elaborate just a little bit further on when the mall negotiated when it was closing for 3 months pre-COVID, they were closing down due to construction, and you negotiated a 30 million value decrease at that point. Under what process was that done? Was that through the assessor's office and an abatement of some sort? Could you explain how that was entered into? Thank you.
Yeah, there was negotiations with the North Shore Mall, Simon Mall attorneys. We hired special counsel along with the assessors, the Board of Assessors, and they came up with, I believe, a 3-year agreement on value. I don't have it in front of me. This was prior to the COVID crisis, and it just related to the inactivity at the mall based on their construction. Not that they were closed, but because they had less retail activity going on. And they made an argument their value was lower because they weren't collecting the rents that they normally would. And through that process is how that occurred.
Thank you. And that makes sense. And I'm just wondering now, given that process does exist, do we anticipate through the COVID crisis, other businesses may look at that avenue to recoup abatement-wise, since they haven't been able to collect rents or pay rents and they've been down? I mean, is that, we certainly don't have any businesses that are of that magnitude, but given the crisis, do we anticipate at all that might be broached by other businesses moving forward due to COVID?
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. Yes, there will be businesses that have lower profits and losses. They're not collecting the revenues, and they're going to apply for abatements.
Okay, and I would imagine then that the assessor's office is going to be very busy to deal with that, because due to this crisis and the situation that they're all in. So I would expect that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Manning Martin. Council O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, through you, I'd like to thank the mayor and the finance team. There's a lot of work that clearly has gone into getting us to the stage, even just through all the difficult cuts that have been done, which is never easy as we're dealing with people and services that affect our residents. I just want to comment that I know we all agree that this is a monumental task with what we're faced with because of the economic crisis. And I'm certainly going into this budget process with an open mind. But, I do want to make a comment or just a general statement that I am concerned kind of moving ahead with our process now rather than the 1/12 approach, because as we've just gone through, there's so many unknowns, significant unknowns and significant factors that, basically affect how we come up with our budget and the usual levers we look at. The 2020 fiscal year deficit, which Mr. Gingras went through. We'll know a little bit better in another week what that actually is. But our expected state aid or federal aid, local receipts. And I just think that I'm concerned with those many unknowns. It's going to be very difficult to come up with our budget number and approving that with so many what could be considered unknowns. And I'm just want to make sure that if that is something that others feel that we're going to continue to do, then I just want you to know that we've got to make sure that we'll be able to go to the voters and the official, the other residents and say, this is the budget and we did this. Because if we make assumptions that because no one has any firm numbers at this point because of the situation, and that's not anyone here on this Zoom call, we've got the issues with the state trying to figure out, they're doing the 112, but with so many unknowns, we may be faced with other changes. And that's why I'm just wondering, and I guess what I'll end with is I'm just concerned about that. I'll leave that to others if they want to add commentary or comment. But when will we know better from the state, when they'll be able to tell us with more definitive state aid, whether it be education or just general local aid? And I just want to make the general comment. Obviously, I'm going with open mind, but this is concerning. There are two ways to go about it. I wait to hear what others think. Thank you.
The philosophy
O'Neill,
behind.
Mr. Gingras, and that wasn't actually a question, but would you like to respond to that comment?
Yes, please. So the philosophy behind this budget proposal is we desperately need to become locked in stone until we set the tax rate. Prior to setting the tax rate, we can make adjustments to this budget, up or down. I suspect they will be going down. So that was the philosophy, because we have to move fast, because I already have a $6 million deficit approximately for 2020. I can't be going into 2021 with that same level of spending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gingras. I guess I understand that philosophy and you explained it well. It's just the general comment that certainly, as you know, we're ultimately going to be deciding what is the ultimate value of the budget, which will be levied. How we decide to do that in December is another step. But I guess ultimately we'll have to, go through this process. Have we made all the cuts we can, moving forward? And I don't like the idea of it. I didn't get into this to do cuts, but I just want to make sure that that's something that we're all thinking of, is that all these assumptions could be off through no fault of our own, and then we could be in even a greater hole. And that's why I just don't know if it makes sense to continue for at least a couple of months with a 112. Thank you.
But that was the point I was trying to make, that in 2 months we could add to this budget or subtract to it. We're not locked into the number.
Understood. Thank you. But once again, it's the levy where the amount we're going to, the budget is what it is. And so it's all on how we can afford to pay that, whether money has to come out of reserves or whatnot. So it's just the avenues and tools we have may be different. That's what I'm just commenting.
Well, what I'm saying is the total budget could be reduced, which means we could reduce our tax levy obligation.
Understood. Yeah,
Okay.
No,
I was
agreed.
just making sure I was being heard.
No, you weren't. No, thank you. And I guess my comment is certainly we still have that hole, as you pointed out, that, because of the situation in the fiscal year 2020, it's just there's a lot of moving pieces, and our estimates could be wrong through no fault of our own, and certainly state aid could be reduced. I've heard estimates that it may be 20% down. So we just don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mike Gingras, for this presentation. The one question I had, some of my other questions were already answered, but on page 7, where you have 3 different projected numbers, and as Councilor O'Neill just mentioned, it's on your best guesstimate at this particular moment in time. On all 3 of them, it shows reserves and available funds. And then if you look on page 11, it shows your breakdown of what we have for a balance and free cash stabilization and reserves, and your projected beginning balance as of 2021. So in all 3 scenarios, do you anticipate an ending balance of the $9,487,610 as our total reserve in any one of these situations?
That page depicts the highest use of reserves out of all of those scenarios.
Okay, so our reserve in any one of these scenarios would not be lower than that particular number that you have on page 11, correct?
That was the projection. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because the one thing we don't want to do is obviously, abolish all of our reserves, even though, I mean, that's why we have them, but then that in turn changes our bond rating, which lowers our ability to borrow and the whole 9 yards. So I just wanted to make sure that that number was kind of set in stone in all three of these projection scenarios. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. Other councilors? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Gingras. And do you recall what page, Mike, your estimate for the abatements is? I can't find the page, but I think it was 500,000. You generally do 500,000 every year, don't you?
Yeah, what was 400,000, I kicked it up 100,000 for purposes here because we still have approximately 900,000 in the fund. But I was trying to prepare for next year. I don't see, I mean, there's going to be some abatements for FY 2021. I think there's going to be more in FY 2022 because the values are based on January of 20. And there's really not a lot of argument with that.
Yeah. So what page on your presentation is that? I can find it. That would be helpful.
Page 6.
Page 6.
And so that makes sense because you did point out earlier that the date was June and that was prior. I'm sorry, that it was January, not June. So it was prior to the pandemic. And so you added 100,000. And is that incorporating the increase with businesses you think you may have? Or do you think you won't see that till 2022?
I think we're going to see some, but we're going to see most of it in 2022.
Okay, so you'll keep that in mind when we move forward to that budget because I think that's going to be a whopper.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Mr. Gingras, just as a follow-up to Councilor Manning Martin's question, so that 400,000, that's just residential abatement? That's not including any commercial, is that correct?
No, that's to add to our abatement fund. We have about 800,000 or 900,000 in there now, so that would add to it.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Other councilors? Seeing none, I have a couple of questions. Mr. Gingras, there's usually a slide in here about that kind of breaks down the state charges that I don't see in the package this year. And I understanding that different dynamics this year would cause you to maybe present it a little bit differently. My question to you, is there risk there of state charges going up? That's like the MBTA and other charges I think that's probably the biggest line item in there, as I recall. And those are entities that are financially struggling. So are they going to have the ability to pass on that problem to the municipalities?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, but what I did was I put in the number that the governor had in his first proposal, which was the 3.277, which was slightly higher than last year's number, but had some increases in those areas that you talked about. Again, I expect that would change, and that was one of the reasons why I didn't bother with that slide.
Right, just another area of uncertainty.
Right.
I'll just reiterate, it's been said multiple times here, but I share the concern about the abatement balance. So I'm very glad to hear that you're keeping an eye on that. I know you've answered a couple of questions already about the drop in the landfill revenues, and that's related to. I'm just questioning the comment about it being closed. What is that? Is that a COVID related thing, or is there some other dynamic at play there?
No, during the spring months when we would be taking in the soils for the landfill, operations were ceased across the state for construction. So we were open to accept soil, but no one was doing any construction for us to take it in. So that's starting up again. So I just really moved that funding from one year to the next.
Understood. So we were open, but we had no customers, basically.
Yeah.
So when you say you moved it forward, how is it reflected that you moved it? Because I see a 1.2 in the projection versus a 1.5.
Right. So we projected 1.5. We only got in a couple of 100,000. So we expected probably another 1.2 or higher for the next fiscal year because we didn't collect the 1.5.
Thank you. I think I recall on that same slide, we always seem to have a disconnect on the billboard number, and I think that's because the agreement there is that's a June collection. Is that?
Yeah.
So that's not in jeopardy. That's just.
Well, we got some slow payments there too.
But the agreement's still intact. And
right. Yeah.
Jumping to the water and sewer enterprise, when that was established, there were some indirect costs that were planned to be revenues for the general fund. So that was where the enterprise was using like the billing department or was using other departments. So that do we have the ability to? I know you didn't capture it here. Is it somehow captured when we get to the detail that we would see that, or is that somehow, where do you get visibility into that?
There's a couple of ways to approach that, and this is sort of new to me, so I have to really go through the DOR guideline on it. But part of it has to do with when you're putting the tax rate information together, you can pull out some of those costs in the general fund and appropriate them in the water and sewer enterprise. And that's something I can look at. I was hesitant to do it for the first year of the enterprise because we just had no retained earnings, but with projected retained earnings for FY 2021, there's some amount that we could allocate to there. Yeah.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you kind of modeled it there when we created the enterprise, so that we know that was kind of like a coming attraction thing, right? And but it's academic right now because we wouldn't have the money to pay it anyway. Is that more?
Yeah, exactly.
And then jumping to the golf course, I'm on the page 24. We've all been waiting eagerly for the debt service to retire there. That's what come to pass. I see we're in at a zero here, and I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there's still an obligation to the CDA that needs to be paid out, or because it's nowhere near the obligation that we had in the past. I think you were modeling something like paying it out over a 10-year period, if I recall.
Yeah, we did an agreement. I'm not sure whether it was 75 or 150,000, one of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So in reality, that while it may be a zero in the budget, given these circumstances, in future years, we'd be looking at a number there, right?
That's correct.
But not a number anywhere near in the ballpark of what the historic debt service was, right? Thank you, Mr. Gingras. At this point, I'd like to move forward to the big book. And I want to take a look at the enterprise budgets first. So we'll start with water and sewer, go to the skating rink, and then the golf course, and then we'll proceed to the city budget. As we get into the details of the budget, I'd like to ask that councilors group their questions by major budget section. So like within, water and sewer, there's a water budget and there's a sewer budget. And so I'd like to get out all the questions with respect to that and vote that as an enterprise when we reach that point. And we'll do the same thing with the major categories of the city government. So I'd like you to group your questions with respect to general government, public safety, public services, for example, as you go through the book. So I want everybody to get all their questions out and get what you consider to be complete and satisfactory answers. But I want you to kind of frame your questions in a way, or kind of organize your thoughts in a way that you're looking at it by major budget section rather than looking at each department individually. And then just kind of as a general reminder to all councilors, I think everybody's been through this process before, but what's before us is the budget that's been presented, and under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 32, the council may only reduce or reject any amount recommended in the annual budget. So if any councilor wants to make a motion to reduce or reject a specific line item, entertain those motions. But that is the extent of our authority in this process. And then after all councilors' questions have been asked and answered, and any motions that might be out there to reduce or reject have been voted, then we'll entertain motions on the overall major sections of the budget. So again, using the general government section as an example, the motion on that would be to vote on the amounts that you see in the table of contents section of the book, and that would be less any approved council reductions. So just make sure everybody's kind of clear on the approach we're trying to take here. I want everybody to ask your questions, but I just want to try to get through this as efficiently as we can. So with that, starting with water and sewer, questions from the council. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are currently in the sewer section. Is that where you want to stay right now? The sewers?
No, I want you to ask any questions you have on the entire enterprise, water and sewer. So-
Okay.
So I want you to, and I'd like all councilors to group their questions in that way. So don't wait for a future opportunity to ask questions about the second part of the enterprise. Get them all out now.
Okay, so I will do that. I'll start with an easy one for you, Mike, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, I see where last year in 2020, we had budgeted the $125,000 stabilization payback in the general budget under, what is it, debt service?
Yep.
So I understand you moved it to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, which I get because that's what we use the funding for. But what I don't see is a payment for 2020 anywhere in the budget. So even where you have it listed under debt service, there was no payment made of the $125,000 back into the fund. And
Yeah.
I see it.
I took that line item out, so I must have missed the expenditure piece of it. But that 125 was moved to pay that back to stabilization. And I represented that on the stabilization page in the overview that showed the stabilization fund.
Right, but was there a payment of $125,000 at the stabilization? Because it's not listed anywhere, so I
Yeah,
want to be sure.
No, yeah, there was.
Okay. Next question regarding salaries. I briefly discussed this with the mayor earlier, and I get where some of these are warranted, but I don't agree with all. There's several transfers from the DPS budget. So if you look at the DPS budget, it looks like there was $1 million roughly, or in salary decreases. But yeah, really what we did was transfer those to the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund. And I'm not sure that some of them are warranted to be in this fund. And I get why we did it. It helps with the possibility of raising taxes, but it also creates the possibility of raising water and sewer rates. So those positions, I don't want to name names, but I will say on page 4 of the salary page, you have a working foreman who obviously works for DPS. He does not work for the water department. I don't recall transferring the environmental engineer from DPS. Maybe we did this last year. I don't recall that we did that. That's a questionable one as far as whether it's justified. And we can wait till Mr. Labossiere is on here. But if I go to salary page 5, so we.
Councilor Turco, just a point of information. I should have made this. I should have mentioned this in my opening comments. We have all the department heads available, so feel free if you want to ask a question to Director Labossiere or anybody else. That's certainly fair game at this stage of the game. Okay.
Okay, I think you maybe Mike, rather than put you on the spot for a subject that's not your expertise, maybe I could ask that directly to Mr. Labossiere if you don't mind, Mike. My apologies.
No, that's fine. We had discussions on this, and he's better versed at it than I am.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Labossiere.
Yes, Mr. Labossiere, you are.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Labossiere. If you don't mind, I'll call you to Bob, so it makes it easier.
It's quite all right.
But so you kind of heard some of my my questions regarding the transfers from your department to the Water and Sewer Fund, and I went through. One was the street foreman, who obviously is I happen to know personally, so I know he's scheduled Friday, Saturday, Sunday within the guard shack, and I wonder how he can be related to Water and Sewer. The second, and let me ask them all before you answer. The second one would be our city engineer, who obviously maybe partially works for water, but I think the vast majority of his job is through the city. And I can also go to, there's another laborer give me a second to find that. you probably know them all. So I'll just ask the general question rather than name all the positions. But there are 4 positions that I don't feel belong in the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund that should probably be back in your budget if needed. And I just think it creates the facade that we cut the DPS budget by $1 million or, whatever it is, and we really didn't.
But it's all, we cut a lot of positions at DPS. Part of that is the water department is part of DPS. We had to rethink how we do things. So we have to adjust our water department because we had positions that were open. We lost positions by attrition there. So we need to backfill that workload with the people that we have. So we still need the same amount of workforce for our water and sewer departments. So we had to reallocate people's job functions so that it can work to this budget. So you may not think they were doing water and sewer, but they are now. That off-hour person you were talking about, a majority of his calls are to sewer backups or to water break issues. So there's a good amount of his, in fact, he called me several times this weekend relative to these same issues. So we had to reallocate how people do these jobs so that we can, maneuver to be able to handle this COVID situation and how it's affected our budget.
Okay, so the primary one that I couldn't find earlier that I just found would be the assistant director of DPS, which is an ordinance position. So I'm not sure how we can move an ordinance position who's clearly titled and salaried as the assistant director of public services over to the water and sewer fund to do a totally different job, which because I believe we voted on that job description. Actually, I think Councilor Manning made some changes to that job description. So how we take that person and move him to water and sewer, I'm not quite sure. So
it's similar to my position. My position deals with water, a huge amount of water and sewer. Kevin's going to have to readjust his job function, especially now with all the work being done in the city with water. He needs to adapt to be able to help me with that. So, I mean, this is a fluid situation where we got to reallocate what people are doing.
Okay. So I guess I can look past that. I just want you to be aware that I know that generally these water and sewer enterprise funds, they involve commissions. We decided not to put a commission on there, so that leaves it under the purview of the council to watch the expenditures that go to this fund. And I think the purpose of setting up the enterprise fund was so that this didn't happen and the money went back to water and sewer. So I want to make sure that happens.
Sure, we didn't increase salaries in water and sewer.
Right. No, I see the cuts, but I believe those are going to be temporary. I believe, so you have you've removed the.
I'm hoping all of this is temporary. I mean, when revenues come back, I'm hoping that.
Point of order here. I just, because of the format and everything, I need to wait for Councilor Turco to finish his comment before you.
Absolutely.
I just don't want you stepping on each other. So we just need this to flow orderly. So just remember, this isn't a conversation. We just need to go through the chair here and proceed in orderly fashion. Thank you. Appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My apologies. Sometimes with the Zoom, you get carried away with conversing back and forth. So through you to Mr. Labossiere. So yes, I do see the cuts, Bob, with the water superintendent, which I believe we'll need to replace, and the others. So I do get it. I'm hopeful that in the future we're just cognizant of it. My intention was to try to move some of these back toward the DPS budget. With your explanation, I won't do that, but I just want you to be aware for the next year that possibly we should just take better care of what we're charging off to this. Now, with that being said, I'll let you respond. My apologies.
Oh, no problem. I mean, we're not charging more for salaries off to that. We're just reallocating who's doing what. We didn't, when with the retirement of the water superintendent, we didn't hire a new water superintendent. We reallocated people's job functions. So I thought we were trying to do the best job we could without, adding more money to the budget.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Labossiere, The other thing that I noticed in your budget, in your DPS budget, is you have, I don't know which line item it comes from, but you have a lot of charges to Peabody Police details. And one of the thoughts that I thought might be helpful to you in this case would be to transfer those police details to the water and sewer, because I believe that you would be able to give me a better percentage. But I think it's about $25,000 worth of police details that I see in your line items. And I think that a large majority of those are for water main breaks. So I would wonder if you'd like to transfer those to water and sewer, maybe discuss that with Mr. Gingrich and the mayor. But I think that's a valid area that could be transferred to water and sewer. It probably should be.
Okay.
And give me one more second to make sure that I asked you everything before I move on. No, I believe that's it, Mr. Labossiere. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Turco. Just, folks, again, just to be clear, we're on the blue tab in the big book. I know the page numbers can be a little misleading because of how the book is assembled. So if there's any confusion around that, we're in the water and sewer section only. And Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. Thank you. So I had a question. So under the blue tab, as you said, so did our water superintendent, I hear, did he retire? I wasn't aware of that. I'm just curious because I see the salary, the positions removed. So I'm just understand that.
That's correct. He did retire, and we haven't filled that.
Okay. When did he retire?
April 1st, I think, or April 6th, beginning of April.
Okay. So that position, I know the mayor talked a lot about not funding certain positions to save some money. That's a significant one. So is there an offset to that, or is that a savings of $108,000? I'm just trying to follow it, and it's a little bit difficult, to be quite honest with all the pages here.
So that's getting back to what Councilor Turco was talking about.
Yeah.
We moved positions around so that we could fill that spot with current positions. So it's in the overall DPS budget, there's a reduction of $108,000, not necessarily in the water and sewer budget.
Well, I guess that's my question. We're saving 108 in the water and sewer, and we're putting, what's the bottom line? I mean, I think you can understand. I'm trying to get to the bottom of, we got minus 108, and do we add something to offset the 108, or are we going to save 108?
Yes, we moved the position from DPS, from the highway side, over to the water and sewer. That's what Mr. Turco was talking about.
Can you show me on the budget and explain to me where it is so I can see the numbers?
I don't have the salary sheet in front of me.
Counselor, if you look on salary page 5.
Yes, thank you.
You could see the negative 108.
I see that, yeah.
Okay, and then if you go down, you'll see under distribution, transferred from streets, there'll be several positions that were added in to offset that 108.
Yeah, and if I add those salaries, I come up to 207,000. I mean,
that's right. Yeah, that's higher, right?
Some of those people are here already. It's very confusing. It's very difficult to follow. I apologize, but it's tough enough in the Zoom environment, and on top of it, to try and figure out there's a $108,000 position that's gone away, and I'm just understanding it's not a bad thing. We're trying to save money, but is that position going away? Who's picking up that slack, and is people's salaries changing to pick up that slack? And
no salaries have been adjusted. We've just reallocated them to different divisions. So there were 2 distribution laborers in water and sewer that weren't filled, and then the superintendent's position that wasn't filled. So we moved positions from the highway side over to that in the budget, and you'll see the reduction in the salaries in the highway side, that's where we save money in the overall budget.
I'll take your word, but I gotta be honest, with you, I can't figure it out. I think I think when we do things like this, we're moving a lot of positions around to figure out the net savings or the net increase. I certainly can't do it. I'm gonna be very frank. I'm frustrated by it. No further questions.
Thank you, Council Sasslaw. Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the same lines as a question asked earlier about police details, Mr. Labossiere, I see that a lot under the tab that water sewer that we're under now, and also in another area under your purview, under DPS, that oftentimes we're hiring details from other communities, Salem, Linfield, Marblehead, Topsfield, and Everett.
Yep.
And more along the lines Councilor Turco was mentioning, I'm wondering why we don't have more uniformity with respect to those hirings, that why would we be going outside our own residents and police details to hire outside the city? What would the reason for that be?
We call the PBD Police Department for details. They then, in turn, fill them. When they can't fill them with PBD police officers, that's when they go outside the community.
Okay, and is the rate of the water and sewer or other DPS details, is it less? Is it a less pay rate? Would that be a reason why they're not opting to take the call?
I think it's a sheer volume, but I'm not sure how the police charge for other projects. So I know what they charge. We get a lower rate? Okay.
What's the answer to the question?
The city gets charged a lower rate than regular commercial police details. I believe it's $42.
I'm just trying to establish why we're going outside more so in certain departments, going outside the city than inside the city. So I was just taking a stab to think it was a lesser rate. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm wondering, and I don't know if this could be just a food for thought maybe for the mayor, that we do have retirees that I know that the governor, in one of his many orders that he's issued, has allowed retirees to be able to be hired irrespective of their age due to the need of the city. So that might be an avenue, instead of going out to other communities, they may be available, some retirees for these details. I'm more inclined to, try and keep the taxpayers' money and with the residents and the actual taxpayers, if there is a need there. And also, I know that firefighters in some communities are used for details. They do their own details, of course, when it's a fire watch or something like that. But that might be an avenue for us as well to be more uniform in the overtime with the details, just to take a look at all our options. And I think the retirees, police officers might be more inclined to take a lesser rate than the other officers that might, not feel that they'll wait for one of the higher paying overtime details, which makes sense. So that's just food for thought, Mayor, regarding overtime, because it does, throughout the budget, you can see it kind of splatters in different places. So I'd rather keep the money within the city and going to residents and taxpayers' money. If you can take a look at those things, if you're so inclined, I would recommend that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Shrest.
Thank you, Chairman. To Bob Labossiere, is it easier to understand because I saw the transfers from the streets to the water too. Would be easier to understand if this, to recognize that the water is going to fall under the preview of DPS for the time being?
Yeah, the water is under DPS.
Okay, so basically, because we do not have a water superintendent, you're taking on that role also with your workers to cover that work,
Correct.
basically?
Yep.
Okay, and you mentioned, would that be a temporary position, or would you in mind thinking that might be something we're going to continue down the line? I hate to put that on you. Maybe that's a question for the mayor, but that's how I'm kind of looking at it, is that because the retirement, we haven't hired someone, you're kind of overseeing everything, and you may have your assistant director taking
Helping out.
more, over there. Am I correct in looking at it that way?
You are correct, yeah.
Okay. Now, on the water superintendent, going forward, can you answer that? We'll be hiring somebody down the line, or I know everything's fluid and it's a tough time, but that would be your anticipation?
Right now, our conversations about, we're gonna wait and see. We're gonna see how it works out right now without it.
Okay, and are we in jeopardy of anything with people not having a certification to be a water superintendent?
No, this not a certification. We need certifications for treatment plant operators and distribution operators.
Sure. Okay, so the way I look at it, you're just picking, another department is coming underneath your umbrella for the time being.
Right. It's always has been.
It always has been.
Yeah, I mean, it's underneath my, I'm in charge of water, sewer, highway, landfill. So that's all within the DPS.
Okay, great. Thank you. Clears it up for me. Thank you.
Councilor Shrest. Mr. Mayor, it looked like you might want to make a comment there. Was that?
Yes, if I could, thanks, Mr. Chairman. And these were very good questions, and they were anticipated. And in my earlier comments, I did mention that we've been trying to preserve jobs, and the way to preserve some jobs was just to not fill positions that there were retirements. Dave Terenzoni retired, I think it was actually right before the pandemic hit. And when we sat down to kind of go through the Department of Public Services and look at the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, I asked Mr. Labossiere to kind of look to see if his department can be, reshuffled and during this period of time, and not looking to put on new positions, at least in this very short term, to kind of do some juggling. And that's why he felt comfortable moving some of the positions over to Water and Sewer. I'm hoping that's, again, short term, and next year's budget we might be making some changes as well. So I don't know if we're gonna hire a new water superintendent. That's a decision we'll have to make as time goes on. But I just felt that we need to make these short-term decisions and try to help with this budget dilemma now. But I do think this will be something that's evolving, in the year ahead, and certainly in the years ahead when we do the budget. So that will be a work in progress as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Gingras. So with all of this discussion regarding moving parts, you do not see the water and sewer rate changing, correct, for the taxpayer?
So far, it looks like we're holding in a pattern where we've generated enough revenue to cover our expenses for this year. And with next year's reduction in MWRA, it also looks good, but we're gonna have to just keep an eye on it, because it's not only the rates, it's the usage. So we have to make sure, the usage drives it as well as the rates.
Understood. I just know that we had a significant increase in our water and sewer rates last time. So what I don't want is with the shuffling of personnel, which I completely understand now that it's been explained to me. I just don't want that to just be another avenue for another tax. So as long as you're comfortable with those moving parts moving over to water and sewer, but the rate not jumping astronomically. And now, again, I know everything is extremely unforeseen, but I'm glad that you clarified saying that you're not expecting a significant increase in the water rate. Thank you.
You, Councilor Rosignol. Councilor Sasslaw, I see you there. I know you've already had a chance. I'm going to get back to you here. I just want anybody that hasn't yet had an opportunity to speak on water and sewer. Seeing none, Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. Mike, maybe, I think I can phrase my question better. Page 61, and I see the salaries, the 2020 budget was 330,000, and the proposed budget for salaries is 338. I go to page number 62, and I see the salaries is 1.597 million. Budget was 2020, and the 2021 budget proposes 1.6 million. You follow me there so far?
Yeah.
So my question is it looks like basically budgets are going up a little bit, which is fine. There's probably, you know, increases in contractual obligations. I get that. Here's what I'm trying to understand. If we had a water superintendent who retired by a salary of $108,000, why are we still seeing, I would expect that to maybe go down a little bit. And that's what I'm trying to understand. And maybe those numbers, now that I express it that way, you can help me out with that.
Yeah, so we ended up moving just for one position in, it was $100,000. So that took care of the water superintendent was out for 108. We moved a new position in for 100. So that kind of took care of that. In the overall salary piece of this budget, you're correct. We had 1.597 last year. The proposed budget for this year is only $5,000 difference, which includes 2% increases.
So, and I think I see what you're talking about, the transfers from streets from $100,000, but that $100,000, we already had that. You just moved it from water and sewer or DPS or vice versa. Why aren't we seeing a savings when we do it? That's not a new position, the one for 100,000. That's just a transfer from one department to another. Why don't we see a savings?
The savings is in the streets department.
In the streets department, is that either one of the pages that I referenced, 61 and 62?
No, it's back in the DPW budget. So the water and sewer is a separate budget with a separate funding source.
So if,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I jump in, please?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, Counselor, these are good questions, and you're not going to see the savings on the water and sewer fund. You're going to see the savings when we go through the departments, because we took a couple of people out of the streets and highways department, put them over to into the water and sewer enterprise. So you won't see the savings in this budget because we moved some people over to kind of cover that $100,000 that we saved with the retirement of the superintendent. You'll see the savings on the streets and highways because those positions now have been removed. Does that make sense?
Thank you. It does. Thank you. It's just like I said, I'm working with a book and it's kind of flipping back.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because we have the DPS budget and then we have the water and sewer enterprise. And
Exactly.
So that makes sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Sasslaw. Other councilors? Seeing none? I'm going to bring your attention to the table of contents section of the book, page 4, summary 4. I'm looking for a motion to approve the fiscal 2021 enterprise, water and sewer enterprise budget in an amount of $15,993,979.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Councilors, you've heard the motion from Councilor Gould on the motion. Roll call.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilor Wells.
Late question, but just as a point of clarity for me, as this is the first budget process that I go through,
Certainly.
we intend to vote for each department budget independently.
So this, thank you for the question, Councilor Weldon. So this is, we're going to vote, this is an enterprise, so we're going to vote the entire enterprise. So we're not going to vote water and independent of sewer. We're going to vote what I'm requesting, and I've received from Councilor Gould is a motion for the entire budget.
Subsequent to the enterprise budget, will we proceed with department by department?
I want you to ask subsequent to this, I want you to ask your questions in any way you want within the major section. So general government, there's a number of departments within there. So I want you to, what I was asking earlier is if you could batch your questions and frame your questions in that way, but ultimately like to vote on the overall budget at the summary level versus every single department at the individual motion.
Okay.
Yep.
Clear? Thank you for clarifying.
Yep. Thank you, Councilor Weldon. Roll call on the original motion.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Thank you, councilors. We're going to now move to the ice skating rink enterprise. So that's the green tab towards the end of the big book. Questions from the council? Seeing none. I'll accept a motion to approve the fiscal 2021 budget for the skating rink enterprise in an amount of $768,000.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Gould on the motion. Roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, we're now going to move to the golf course enterprise. That's the yellow tab towards the end of the book. Questions from the council? Seeing none. I'll accept the motion.
Mr.
to
Chairman,
approve. Yep.
Councilman Manning Martin has a hand up.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Council President for catching that. Just a question on the health insurance, went down 28,000. Is that due to a retirement? There's a change in the retirement too for 45. That's on page 60.
Councilman Mountain, just point of order, I just let me know who you're directing the question to. We have the
I'm sorry.
golf course staff here. We have the director of finance.
If Mr. Gingrich can't answer it, then maybe Peter Cronin can.
I can answer it. So this is the FY 2021 budget's the first year where we haven't had the debt service. So in prior years, I had estimated, in addition to the health insurance, some retirement costs. But I actually received the retirement costs from the retirement board of 45,000. So I removed them from this budget and put all 45,000 in one place because I don't have a breakout of what's grounds and what's clubhouse. So I made a determination to put the retirement costs all in the clubhouse account and reduce this one.
And on the health insurance?
Health insurance is a piece of the health insurance line was retirement. So the health insurance went down slightly this year, but mostly that 28,005 is being moved over to the other budget where it's 45,000.
I'll second. Councilman Martin. Thank you, Councilman Martin. Council Rosenmiller.
If there's no further questions, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the mayor's approved fiscal year 2021 budget for the golf course in the amount of $1,089,018. So moved.
Councilors, you've heard the motion from Councilor Rossignol. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Counselor,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Garrett,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco. Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville, Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, we're now going to move to the general government section. So that is the yellow tab. And there are a number of departments that fall under general government, which you can see listed in the table of contents section. So that's the very first page, page 1. So everything from the city council, mayor's office, financial administration, all the way down to the building department. So again, we've got department heads here from all the various departments within general government. If you've identified questions specific to any of the general government departments, please try to ask those all at the same time. So with that, questions from the council? Seeing none, what is the will of the crowd? Councilor Weldon.
Yes, Council President. I just had a question, and again, thank you for bearing with me as I work through my first budget process. But I just want a clarification through you to Mr. Gindras that all of the numbers on the expense side for salaries include a 2% salary increase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's for all. That's outside of any sort of pre-contracted union increases as well, correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking. They're all, except for the ordinance positions, they're all contractual.
Okay, so so from last year's budget to this year's budget, this includes both the union negotiated increases and the 2% increase, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm not sure how other counselors feel about that, or if there's any opportunity for discussion. I just that's something that for me stuck out a little bit. I know across the private sector, a lot of businesses are suspending pay increases as of July 1st. I know the Commonwealth has taken that position as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if there's anyone else who had a similar thought with that, but that's all. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Council Sasslaw.
Thank you, Council Chairman. I certainly I did not support the pay raises for the non-contracted employees or the non-union represented employees. And I guess, hindsight being 2020, this was a perfect reason why I didn't, because I didn't feel comfortable giving raises 2 or 3 years in a row. I felt, so I was supporting that, Council Welton. I think that if you stated in private industry and even nonprofits, it's time to tighten the belt. I think the tough part for me personally is, someone's making 50,000 versus 100,000. The 2% increase, maybe that $50,000 employee versus the $100,000 employee is looking for it and counted it and including their budgeting when they did their family expenses. So I'm not quite sure how to attack that, but it's a concern of mine. But I certainly I appreciate you bringing it up. I certainly do. It's not a popular thing, but I think as you said, we have to look at everything. Everything has to be on the table. So I would be willing to support any motion to put a freeze on that for 1 year and to look at it and see where we are next year. And I think also, even though the unions have contracts that are negotiated, I think that they have to also understand that when I was in a union, when times are tough, everyone sometimes has to take a hit to keep everyone employed. And I think that sometimes the union heads, they certainly can. We're going to stick to the number. We're going to stick to the contract. You signed it. I get that, but we don't have a pandemic. Be 100 years. So I think when times are tough, I think it's that's when you find out, who's going to go to work with you and roll up the sleeves. And it's not an easy thing, as you said, but I appreciate it, support it. I just had a general comment also. I did want to commend, I don't know who kept it in and put it in, and it is sad, we're not doing the July 4th parties this year, the wood parties, but it was put back in the budget, and whoever put that in and made sure it was put back in, I would like to commend them. I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, if you did that, I appreciate that. I think it's something that, it's a nice event, and it's what makes Peabody. We are a city, but it gives us that hometown feel. So I do appreciate that. And then, rather than go through this, I'm going to try and I'm going to limit my comments, but I didn't know if Mr. Gingras or Mr. Mayor wanted to comment regarding this tab alone. How many positions did we not backfill? How many positions in this particular tab did we leave open to maybe make some type of savings? And I'm just going to use one because I know there was one position. They said I didn't know about the water superintendent, and that's great. But I know one position, I know that the business liaison, I believe they're under this tab. I could be wrong. If I am, I'm sorry, but I assume that was not backfilled. But rather than go page by page, I didn't know if maybe you wanted to have an opportunity to kind of give an overview that you've X amount of positions not backfilled for a savings of X amount. And I'll just leave that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Gingras.
Yeah, I could tell you that the business liaison and then the mayor and the human resources split a position, so there was a position saved there. One of the collectors and the city council position. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Mr. Gendrich.
Can I
Councilman
just
Sasso.
follow up on that, the answer? On the, you said, I heard I'm sorry, the splitting of the position with health, human services in the mayor's office, the business liaison. What was the other two, Mike? I'm sorry, I had time hearing you.
One of the collectors and one at the city council.
And then the city council, was that the stenographer?
Yes, that's contracted services. And then Allison's position, although it's a position that we've had in the past and we're looked to have it in the future, it wasn't filled in this budget.
So the position will just have to, we won't be no benefits, but we'll probably have to pay the same amount for someone to do the same thing, but no benefits, I assume. Is that a savings?
I think it's less.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions?
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Council Welton. Yes, to reiterate and emphasize the remarks of Council Sasslaw directed towards your question, I as well argued against and voted against doing 3 years out automatic pay increases for the non-union, especially department heads that made over 6 figures. Given and argued such that it probably should be done on a year, reviewed yearly and not 3 years out. For this exact reason, it can happen. Bad economy can happen. Times were great. You know, the economy was booming. Times were great when the decision was made. I argued against it and would rather have done it year to year, so we know what we were looking at and the funds that we were dealing with and the economy we were dealing with. But the will of the committee was not in agreement with that. So along with Council Sasslaw, if you would like to make a motion to take a look at moving forward and have discussions with the mayor on that, you know, I would support that. So that being said, I have a couple of questions regarding, I see that is it a split position under, I think it's on the mayor's section, page 2. I don't know, it's because I see there's one person, executive secretary to the mayor at a 28,000, and then I see it again in HR. Is that a newly split position in those two offices?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in on this, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. On this question, and you know, certainly there's other things that have been brought up that I'd like to speak to as well, but regarding the mayor position, I had hired, with Mary Bellevance's retirement, I had hired earlier this year, right before or shortly before the COVID, Kelly Bloom, who is over in Human Resources. She was going to come over to my office to take Mary Bellevance's position. That would have left 2 open positions in Human Resources. Ms. O'Donnell was interviewing people for that position actually in February for those 2 positions. And then obviously when everything happened, we put all hiring on hold. So what we decided, just because, you know, we need to try to save some funds here, is that the one position was going to be split, that Kelly would be working mornings in Human Resources and then coming over in the afternoons to my office. So, you know, I kind of cut a half position in my office. Human Resources has cut a half a position over there as well. So it's one total full position. And we're just going to try to make do as best we can. But again, I tried to take advantage of attrition, not wanting to, let somebody go that had a full-time position, benefits like that, unless you really have to moving forward. And I was just trying to take advantage of attrition.
Yes, and I just wanted you to know that I noticed that, and I appreciate the effort of being creative and using one person to fill two gaps as best you can. So I appreciate that move. And lastly, in this section, under the legal department, this probably go through you, Mr. Chairman, to the mayor. The last conversation we had at a meeting several months ago, Mayor, I think the month was June, for the fourth assistant city solicitor. I think you were going to reassess in June to say if you, I think he was wrapping it up in June. Is that still the case?
Yes, we have Brian Barrett came on board full-time last month, I believe. He's been working the last few weeks. Already doing a great job for us, which I think we all knew he would. But he's had his hands full. And Mike Smozinski's last day is August 1st. So I think we did have a few $1,000s in for him just to cover the month of July. But his last day would be August 1st with the city. And then Brian Barrett would be the assistant with Adam Buckley and Don Conn being the city solicitor.
Very good. So we're back to the original formula of one city solicitor and two assistant city solicitors, correct?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Charest.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this question probably could be shared between the mayor and Mike. With the general government, would it be beneficial for us if there is, I know people talked about what unions might have negotiated and cut and also with department heads and stuff. Is there any, could there be a conversation on what some of the, if there was furloughs made, reduction of anything else that they gave back that would be worth listening to now before going through the rest of the general government budget, so we know. I mean, I would even talk to the city council's increase to be go back to years past rate and not take the increase. Is there any? Would that be a worthwhile conversation on anything that furloughs people have made in local government, general government, so we can understand? To the mayor. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Charest. So yeah, let me speak a little to that. I know it's been spoken about by a few councilors, and just so everybody's clear, we're entering July 1st. Will be year 3 of a 3-year contract with all of our city unions. Police, teachers, fires, AFSCME, all the other smaller unions. They have, on July 1st, will be year 3 of a 3-year deal. So their contract would be expiring June 30th, 2021. We probably would have started having some negotiations probably in the next few months with those unions in anticipation of that. I've always just tried to keep the ordinance people with the union people just to try to be fair. It's always been to me an issue of fairness. And that's why I've always kind of done it in 3-year cycles just to match what the union is. And, you know, I think there's been fair points brought up, and I've just always felt that, you know, an issue of fairness is that the ordinance employee works just as hard as a union employee. And I just feel like it would be difficult to pick and choose who gets a raise and who doesn't get a raise. I did speak to the unions. There's been a great deal of discussions with a number of union leaders over the last couple of months. And I will just say that the unions were not in agreement to have a pay freeze or certainly a pay reduction. That was brought up, and that was not agreed to by the unions. So there were some that were. So I will say there were some unions that were willing to discuss it and take part, but there were other unions that were not. I think that there's going to have to still be some discussion with the unions and ordinance employees about furloughs. But to me, it has to be, you know, it's difficult to ask one person to take a raise or have a raise and one person not to. And I've always tried to be uniform and fair in that way, but contractually we're obligated with the unions, and I was not able to reach an agreement with them to take a pay freeze for this year.
If I may,
Thank
was
you.
there any other givebacks through the chair? Was there any other givebacks on besides wages on anything?
No,
By no unions? Okay,
no.
okay.
I'll
And
second.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
I think,
Is there
I think.
any other,
I'm sorry.
is there any other jobs shared or not hiring or anything like that, anticipating retirements within the year of going forward that you're not going to be looking to hire there that we should know about?
There's some in the school department budget.
I'm sorry, Mayor, through the general, I'm sorry, the general government in general. I know we'll look at the school.
No, I
separately,
don't see any in general government. I think on other departments, but not general government.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Trask. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions with regard to this section, but before I get to those, I wanted to address Councilor Welton's question. Through that, I first want to ask Finance Director Gingrich, through you, what would the total savings be to rescind that 2% raise effective July 1st, Mr. Gingrich?
For everyone across the board?
Well, let's start with the non-union personnel because the union contracts are negotiated. So let's start with the ordinance employees.
126,000 approximately.
That 2% equates to 126,000. Now, my opinion on the matter is that Council Sassler and Council Manning were entirely correct in their assertions that we likely should have not voted for a 3-year raise. Now, with that said, hindsight's 2020. I have to say that we likely will go to the unions and ask for furlough days to do the right thing up front and rescind the 2%, which virtually every company in America, including my own, has rescinded all raises effective July 1st. We're no different than any other organization. And this isn't reflective of the work of these employees. As a matter of fact, I could say entirely, I've been utterly impressed and at the work of some of our department heads during this time. And I realized that maybe next year, yes, I could support, rather than a 2%, a 2.5% to try to make up some of the differential here. But I think that this would be a good time to stop those July 1st raises. And I think that not only is it a financial decision, but a negotiating decision when we do sit down with the labor unions throughout the city to try to get the possibility of a furlough. Because what I didn't say at the beginning of this meeting is I wonder if the cuts are enough, and I'm concerned that in 2 months we haven't experienced the pain yet. And in 2 months, right now we're not filling positions, so there's no real names to a lot of these positions. In 2 months there'll be names to them, and that'll be the painful part. And I really wonder if that's going to happen. So the union will bear the brunt of this at some point, whether through layoffs, furloughs. So yes, I think that a good example for this council and a good example for all of us would be to rescind the 2% raise. If that comes in the form of a motion, I would support it. I think it's a good idea. I'll move on to my 2 questions regard to this section through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, on page 7 of this section, you have the chairman of the Board of Assessors, which was Mr. Barrett, and now it's an unfilled position. I don't know, is it mandatory that a city and town have a chairman of the Board of Assessors? Because I'm under the impression this is also a benefited position. So not only is it a small salary, but I think it's the benefits the most costly part. So do we need a chairman of the Board of Assessors?
Short answer
not
is yes.
No, it's not a benefited position.
No, okay, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I thought that was one of the positions that did include benefits, so it's not.
No, it's not a benefited position, but it is
Thank you.
required.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll leave that one alone. My next one, through you to Mr. Gingrich, Mr. Chairman, page 20. You have under the Conservation Commission. I'm not sure if those numbers are correct, and give me a second to flip forward. Book is kind of a pain. Page 20. Yes, on the salary lines, you have,
What page are you looking at?
it would be salary page 15 to better explain it. So you have a planner in the third line down. I'll say it to make it easy. Lucia Del Negro, you have listed as a planner.
Right.
For some reason, you have her pay rate as $2,130, and that doesn't equate to $40,399 if you multiply that by 26 pay periods. I thought it was kind of low, which is the only way I looked at it. Only reason it actually equates to $55,399.24. So I'm not sure why the $15,000 difference in what you have for projected annual budget.
Yeah, the $15,000 is going to come from the Conservation Commission revolving fund to offset part of her salary.
Okay, I was unaware that we had a Conservation Commission. Where is that money generated from for the Conservation Commission?
Fees that they charge.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I just wanted to get a better explanation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your time. Thank you to everyone whose effort has come up with this auxiliary budget here. That it's a piece that is evolving, and as the mayor said, he is going back to the unions, and he is going to have another shot at whether it's a furlough or some kind of freeze. So I am at this point, I'm not in favor of readdressing the 2% raise. I'd prefer that the mayor has time to work out what he has said he'd like to try. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Councilor Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just with regards to in general government, I noticed the elections, and this might be for either Mr. Gingras or for the city clerk. I know that there's going to be an additional postage and mailing. Is the state is going to be picking that up? Is that correct? And refunding the city based on that?
Generally what happens is we front the money and then they give us reimbursement.
Okay. And that's not included. So what's in here is your typical elections budget, not including the front ending of what's going to be probably a large mail process.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And just on the issue of the general government employees, I think, if the mayor was proposing it as part of an overall strategy that was to lessen what was a financial crisis, I'd feel a little bit differently than I do right now. I think I think if there's furloughs asked of the unions, that would be asked of the management. I think if based on what the mayor has suggested, that he's looking to share the pain across the board, and that's going to be something coming from the administration and originating from there with regards to the financial issues. So I'm going to agree with Councilor Gould's statements as well. I'm going to reserve judgment on that particular issue until we can see what the overall strategy would be for that. And if it's required, we have 3 different pending solutions that were given by Mr. Gingras. I know that the state budget is in severe disarray. And so I would expect to see the worst. And when that comes, I'll be prepared to do what's necessary then. We're just not seeing that now. We've been told all night that it's a floating budget, and I totally understand that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of thinking along the same lines as Councilor Melville. I know the mayor had mentioned talking about furlough days, and that's something that I hope he does do across the board, both with union and non-union personnel. And I think that that would be a way to tighten our belts and to improve our budget status. The other thing I just wanted to mention briefly, going back to the clerk position in the city clerk's office, I believe that's actually Allison's position, correct? And Tim has been brought back to kind of backfill that position. Is that correct, Mr. Gingras?
Yes.
Do you envision Mr. Spano staying the entire year? And is that in the budget?
I'm going to defer to Allison, but I think you'll be here as needed.
So, but is his position budgeted for the entire year?
There's some wages there for him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Other councilors. Councilor Shrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like to hear, I know we talked about the rolling back to 2%. And again, I throw it out there that we should be looking at our own paychecks, what we need to be doing for ourselves, first and foremost. But I like to hear from the different department heads, non-union department heads, on the part of what they be picking up as maybe W duties, such as we heard with the DPW and the water department, that they're sharing all that responsibility. So I like to hear what they have to do, and again, to have the opportunity to go back to the unions, because I believe they will see that hopefully they would see in my own household, we have shared this cost savings in our own lives, that something can come out of that and it be across the board. Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shrest. Other councilors? Seeing none. Mr. Mayor, a question for me with respect to Councilor Rossignol's comment about the possibility of furloughs for ordinance employees. Is that something that would be considered? Is that on the table? Is that a possible outcome?
Yes, good question. And yeah, I think it would be irresponsible for us right now not to look at that as a something that's on the table, both union and non-union, all of us together. So yeah, absolutely. The unions have been very willing to talk, and we have, I anticipate that we'll be talking pretty soon about these very things. So yeah, I think these are all on the table. I sent the letter out that I think you sent to the city council as well, to all the city employees, that even though we're voting on a budget this week, that this budget will be in flux going forward, depending on a variety of variables and factors, and that additional layoffs and furloughs and everything is on the table.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that, so it kind of under your fairness approach here, your intent would be wherever you end up with the union, you would try to make a very similar action with the ordinance employees. Is that?
Oh yes, I see it as absolutely. It would be, any union agreement would go immediately over to the ordinance employees as well, and that's something I'm going to be working on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the will of the council? Councilor Wellman.
Thanks, President McGinn. I just want to say, I know it's not a popular, stance. I know that we're in a really difficult position, and I don't want to minimize the hard work of our ordinance employees or our union employees for that fact. When I voted for the increase, I did so willingly, and I stand by that vote. I think it was the right thing to do then, and I still believe so. I personally can't reconcile moving forward in a manner where we're not doing a 1/12 budget for the sake of reducing expenditures and moving forward knowing that we'll incur new expenditures from a salary side as of July 1st. My intention wouldn't be, to hopefully this would be something, as we talked about, Mr. Gindras had mentioned, the budget's a work in progress, and my hope would be that the revenue projections look better. And as we continue to meet month in, month out, we could say, yes, we maybe jumped the gun on rescinding the salary increases. But I think if we're being asked to approve this budget and we're being asked to make these deep cuts, I know it's not popular, and I know the employees that we have in the city are second to none, and I truly, truly believe that. I just think we have to be realistic with the amount of revenue that we're forecasting losing, and I think this is something that unfortunately is one of those difficult decisions, but I would be willing to make a motion to suspend any pay raises as of July 1st.
Hey, Councilor Wellman, just to, so there was some specificity around that, any pay raises with respect to the ordinance employees in the, is that the motion?
Yes, my hope would be that we can work out a favorable resolution with each of the unions as well. But yes, that the order would be for the motion would be for the ordinance employees.
Okay, so I think there's a couple of approaches we could take here. We can vote this section by section, or we can, or on that particular cut, we can look at it across the entire city budget. Would it be your desire to enact that across all city departments?
Yes.
It is. Okay. So our council is clear on the motion?
The mayor looks like he wants to
Councilor Shrest.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear on the motion and understand it. It's across the board. Obviously, it wouldn't be on school because that's a totally different budget, correct? I'll say all my questions, and then through the chair, if there was the mayor or Mike Gingras who can answer it. So one was the, obviously it doesn't include the schools because that's on a separate budget, and that's the authority of the school committee, from my understanding. I don't want to step on toes there. Second is that this 2%, I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. We had we're looking at 126,000 on the anticipation of be able to go back to any voluntary give backs by non-union employees. Would that exceed 126,000? I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathpan, that if the anticipation of the give backs, furloughs, what have you, would exceed 126,000. So we're only, by voting on this, we're accepting the 126, and maybe it'd be something worth more if on a volunteer basis. And also, would that also include the city council's stipends? That's all. Thank you. If whoever could answer that.
Yeah, Councilor Shrest. So I'm going to answer a couple of things with respect to the motion. The motion would have to be on the city budget because that's what's in front of us tonight. So the school budget is not before us tonight. It would not be subject to the motion. And Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did want to speak to the motion that's been made. And, maybe just to clarify a couple of things. I understand the motion is for ordinance employees. And again, I do feel that this is a fairness issue. What this is doing is targeting about 75 employees that are actually doing a significant amount of work during this particular time, including inspectors, our health department, a lot of staff that is working in City Hall, kind of keeping things afloat. These people are the ones that are really running city government in a lot of ways right now. And, to have them treated differently than the union employees, and many of the union employees are not working right now, I think is fundamentally unfair. And I hope that's considered as part of this vote.
Please.
You have people that would be punished for not being in a union. To me, that's just not, again, it's a fairness issue. Why wouldn't everybody then join a union and have that protection and avoid being targeted in this way by a specific vote for ordinance employees? I just want that to be considered. The health department, our inspectors, work here at City Hall. I mean, the work that's being done has been critical to our operations, critical for payroll, critical for health insurance, critical to make sure that work is getting done in the city that needs to get done. Thankfully, we have a lot of hardworking union people, a lot of hardworking ordinance people. I just don't think it's fair and right to target just that group of people. I think over time, things can be developed, and maybe we can look at alternatives as a city, and all of our employees. I just think it would be a mistake to target incredibly hardworking people right now, many of them that are keeping our government operations afloat during this time, and just targeting a small group of our larger city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor. Mayor, the word targeting is a little harsh because I really don't look at it as that I'm targeting. That, when you laid off the paraprofessionals at the school, were you targeting the paraprofessionals or were those just necessary cuts for the school budget? I think that when I look at the 2%, yeah, I fully understand. I've had department heads answer my phone call at 7 o'clock at night throughout this pandemic, email me back, answer questions to me in every department. And that's why I preface my remarks with the fact it is in no way reflective of their work. And I would be the first counselor next year to take that into account. So yeah, I mean, the whole word targeting, no, and they chose not to join a labor union, and we will go to the labor unions, as is my organization. I have a 3% raise, union negotiated raise on the table for July 1st. The company that I work for has rescinded all raises, all non-union raises, and sat down with the labor unions, of which there are many where I work, in an effort to get them to give up a portion of that July 1st raise, if not all, and renegotiate for the following year. I'm hopeful that happens here in the city of Peabody, that all our unions understand what we're going through. We at Logan Airport understand that the Port Authority is in dire straits right now. The entire airport, never mind the Port Authority. But to say that we're targeting, I wouldn't say that to you, Mayor, and I don't think that it's fair that you said it to us. But thank you.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what is being done. It's a targeting ordinance employees. I targeted part-time employees. Kindergarten paraprofessionals were a part of that group. I targeted them because they're not benefit eligible. And quite frankly, kindergarten paraprofessionals, many other school paraprofessionals, library paraprofessionals, they were not working. I just didn't think they should be paid during that time when they're not working. So I did target part-timers. If we're being clear, we're picking one group over another. That's the definition of targeting. You're picking a certain group of people. That's what's taking place here. The motion was for ordinance employees. It's just not a fair motion to take a small group of people out of the larger, 1,500 people that work for the city to pick only 70 something. To me, is targeting. You're picking one group out of a larger group. It's the definition of targeting. I could use a softer word if you like, but that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I haven't weighed in on this, at least tonight for this particular topic, but what I'll just say is a couple pronged approach is that I understand the council is looking at every line item, especially given the situation we're in, and I respect that and fully understand that. And I will just comment that we should differentiate from employees in general. That happens in the private sector all the time. But the big picture, I'll just comment, is I don't think at this point in time it makes sense to do this for the ordinance employees. However, I stipulated that the mayor is committed to us that he's going to be working with the unions, non-unions, all employees working on furloughs, measures to tackle the issues that we have. So I expect he'll go through with that. But if we don't see that movement from whether it be the union or ordinance members not willing to do furloughs, then cuts are going to come. So I think let's let him have that tool to negotiate this with all of the employees. That includes us, if necessary. I just want to focus on the big picture. But to be clear, if we don't see movement, whether it be furloughs, whatever avenue that needs to get done, then certainly we take the next step. I just don't want to go out first in that. I just wanted to make that general comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor O'Neill. Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As most of us know, the mayor has been in communication with us right from the get-go about his plan to try to alleviate the deficit. He's gone to the unions, and he's also discussed furloughs. I really think it's important that we give the mayor a chance to go at it again and see what he can come up with. I would like to hold off on the motion. I won't be supporting it. In the second one, Councilor Sharris mentioned a furlough for city council. I'm all in favor of that. I've discussed that with the mayor and a couple other people, and I even think the mayor is interested in taking some kind of furlough pay. But I don't think 2% is enough for us. I think it should go a lot deeper, just to show that we're serious about cutting back expenses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what Councilor O'Neill had mentioned. I think at this particular moment in time, I think having the mayor go back to the unions, looking for furlough days and making that a significant bargaining tool for not only union but non-union personnel, I think is the way to go. And if, numbers do come back more dire than what need be, then we have the ability to kind of readdress and reassess and make other cuts as needed moving further down the line. I mean, this is a raise that we approved months ago, and there are, I'm sure, people that are expecting that pay. And I understand we're in dire straits, and I understand the times that we're living. But if we can make a uniform decision that impacts everybody fairly, I think that would be the way to go at this particular moment in time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Councilor Wellham.
Thank you. Just wanted to have a chance to comment on a few things. Obviously, I don't want to give the impression that I'm targeting ordinance employees, and I understand the mayor's position that to suggest that we do this for union employees is outside of our purview. So this is the option that we have. I would be prepared, I guess, to rescind the motion. But if we are true to our word of working through this budget month in and month out, we look at the numbers and they're awful. I think we have to make these tough decisions, and it's not anything that I want to do. I want to suggest, obviously, I'm the new guy on the committee and trying to figure this out as I go through. Obviously, I have a lot of friends that are ordinance employees as well, and I don't want to give the impression that I'm diminishing their work or I'm not in strong support of everything that everyone's doing to pull through this entire pandemic. But I think we just really have to be realistic and honest with ourselves with the revenue and the projections. And, I think the big savings are on the union side for sure. So I do agree that it's probably not fair for our ordinance employees, but we have to look at what's within our purview. But having said that, I'd be fine with rescinding the motion as long as we continue to look at this budget and as Mr. Ginger said, month in and month out, that this is a continued approach so that we're not losing money with no opportunity to recoup it.
So to be clear, Councilor Welton, are you rescinding the motion?
Providing that we continue to look at this budget on a month in and month out, and if we need to make that decision to freeze increases, that we can do so.
Right. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Welton. I appreciate that. And I think the points here have been very well made. I would ask for some additional time, and let's hold this until a future meeting. I just would like to have some additional time to work on my end and see what can be accomplished here. And so I appreciate you rescinding the motion, but this is something to me, and this is why I thought that we're going to have future meetings, because all of this is very much on the table. And I would just like some additional time to work out some options for us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, so Councilor Welton, is that satisfactory? Are you in fact rescinding the motion?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. So the motion's off the floor. Councilor Matsoulis, I think I may have seen your hand go up there. I just wanted to make sure.
I was just going to ask what you just said. If Councilor Weldon rescinded the motion.
He did in fact rescind the motion, Councilor Matsoulis.
I just wanted to state for the record that I was not going to support his motion, and but I agree with him. But also, I did not want to take the tool to negotiate away from the mayor, and I think the mayor needs all the help he can get in this budget process, and I'm behind him, as every one of us councils are, to keep our tax rate low. So I guess that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matsoulis. Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you, Council Chair. So the only thing I want to close on this is that I didn't necessarily look at it as tool away from the mayor. Quite frankly, I looked at it as a way of saying the mayor could say, listen, this council is serious. This council is looking for something to be done. And so I understand we won't vote on it. I would have supported it, but I don't look at it as taking something away from the mayor. I would look at it as a tool, because the union's not going to change. They're going to stick with their pay. They're not going to take a cut. We all know that. That's a fact. Councilor Melville talked about the budget and stuff. Listen, the economy, go look at what Mayor Walsh said in Boston. It's not going to be a V-shaped recovery. It's probably going to be a long-term recovery. And so I looked at it as more as it's time to bite the bullet. As a council, we could have made a statement. I get it. People look a little bit uneven, but I hope the unions are listening, and I hope, and I've spoken to the mayor at length about some furlough ideas that, I'll leave, we talked about, but I think more than a day, there might be some other creative things that we can do. But I did look at it, when we talk about unprecedented times, not since the recession. I mean, I'm 57. I've never heard, when those statements are put out there on a regular basis, these are, this is unprecedented times. And so when I looked at $126,000, and I'm happy Councilor Turco asked the question, that's 3 jobs today in the city that probably could be saved. But I'll wait. I'll see what the mayor does. I respect the work he does, but I didn't look at it as a way of taking a bullet away from him. I looked at it as a way for the mayor to say, listen, this council is ready to act. They're not going to sit on the sidelines, but I get it. I hope, and I'm sure the mayor will come back with something. But, every day that ticks, we don't make this vote today. If we now July 1st, those 2% start kicking in, we start getting down we start getting too far down into the budget. How much more does that 126 that we're going to save go away? And they'll be down to 100, down to 90, down to 80. But I get it. But I do think that, it is something that hopefully we can get to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sasslaw. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I concur with Councilor Sasslaw, and I would have supported the motion. And I also thought that it would have been helpful had we taken this motion and taken that action and taken that stance and set that tone. I felt it would have been helpful to the mayor. moving forward in his negotiations. But unfortunately, it's been withdrawn, and I hope at least the discussion is helpful to the mayor moving forward in his discussions and negotiations with employees. But if we had taken an action is, louder than words, but so be it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Okay, with that, what is the will of the council with respect to the general government budget? Looking for a motion to approve the general government budget for fiscal 2021 in an amount of $5,013,887.
So moved.
So move, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
You heard the motion, co-motion from Councilor Rossignol and Councilor Gould. Roll call.
Counselor Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yep.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yeah.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Council Chair, can we have a 5-minute bio break recess here, maybe?
5-minute recess.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. We're going to resume now with the public safety budget. So we will entertain questions for anything in the public safety section. That's police, parking clerk, fire, fire alarm, emergency management, dog officer, parking meter maintenance. And as with all other sections, we have all the department heads here. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, on page 22, it looks like, yes, 22, you took out $325,000 in career incentives for police department. Aren't those negotiated incentives?
Yeah, thank you. Part of their negotiation is they could take that instead of they have three ways to take it. They could take it hourly throughout the course of the year. They can take it semi-annually, 2 payments a year, or they could take it annually. So more and more officers have opted to take it as part of their pay. So that career incentive is built into the first line item.
Okay, thank you. That explains that. Second question is in regards to dispatcher overtime. We are $100,000 over budget for dispatcher overtime. And I see that we're down 3 positions with those dispatchers. So are we planning on filling those at some point so that we're not dishing out $100,000, or is it more effective for us to not fill those positions and continue to pay the overtime? I don't know which one would be better.
Yeah, I think it's better to fill them. I know the HR and the police department have been working on that.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in regards to police cruisers. I see it'd be 2 out of 3 of the last 3 budgets we did not fund police cruisers, and I know that we went and we funded what I thought was going to be 5 or 6 through the capital budget. It turned out to be 4 because of some additional expenses. Are we looking toward going toward a capital budget for police cruisers again? Because I think at some point this is going to catch up to us.
I agree at some point it will, but it's not in the immediate future.
No talk of a capital budget at all?
Maybe next year.
If I could jump in on that. Thank you, Mr. Turco, and I think that's a great point. And yeah, I thought originally it was supposed to be 5, but I guess that the money we allotted for the cruisers only allowed them to purchase 4. So I do think they're down a little bit, and I do think that's something that we have to help. We weren't able to put it on this budget, but I do think it's capital that's going to be necessary. Before all this took place, I was hoping to put back some money for cruisers into this budget, and when we were working on it, we just weren't able to fit it in. But I know the department needs some upgrades, and I'm hoping that we can do that sooner than later. I think I give an update on that pretty soon as to when capital would be in play here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last question with regards to this section, through you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Gingrich or the mayor. Under page 28, which is emergency management, we went up $6,500 for the stipend for the emergency management person, which I believe is one and the same, the chief of the fire department. So is he now going from, what was it, $8,500 stipend to a $15,000 stipend? And if so, why is that?
Mr. Gingrich.
Thank you. No, his stipend is going to remain the same, but having discussions with the mayor and looking at some of the needs and ongoing work that's been done by the health department through working with homeless people during the winter and various other issues that come up, we believe that there was a need for additional funding there, not necessarily for the chief, but for other folks that work in an emergency management situation.
sorry, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Gingrich, can you define who those would be? Would it be the health director? I mean, how many people?
Yeah, the health director, the inspectors that work for the health director, primarily those, but there could be other people too. Depending on the situation.
Thank you.
All set, Councilor Turco?
All set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Other councilors? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention it earlier, and since overtime was mentioned again, it reminded me. Another incentive to keep our overtime in-house, Mr. Mayor, would be a $40 administrative fee that goes with every detail. So we could keep that revenue in-house instead of going out to other cities and towns too. Just more incentive to consider that option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I'd like to just ask Mr. Gingras if you could comment on on page 25, the fire department's overtime budget. Certainly, I know that's difficult to predict with the nature of that profession, but I just look at right now we're year to date about $1,080,000. And it's run from $1 million to about 1.5 the last few years. We've got it budgeted at 400,000. Given what we've seen historically, I'm just kind of questioning how realistic is that number based on what we've seen the last 3 or 4 years. Thanks.
Mr. Gingras, you need to turn on your mic, please.
If the chief is on the line, he probably could answer it better, but there's going to be some reworking of some of the way he has things organized there. And I think that's as much explanation as I can give you.
Chief Daly, are you want to comment on this?
Hello.
Chief
Can you
Daly.
hear?
Yes, did you hear the question?
Yes, what's going on? We will be browning out engine 1. By doing that, that's where the savings, it'll be over $600,000 to brown out engine 1 with the staffing that we have right now. And that means, browning out means when we drop below, right now our current minimum manning that we hire up to is 21. So we'll be dropping down to hiring 18, and I'm in talks with the union to even drop it below to 17, and for more savings for the city.
Thank you, Chief. Councilor O'Neill, other questions?
No.
Thank you. Other councilors? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This may be a question, might be for Dan Doucette, maybe. I notice that we have different, when we have an elevator service and, let's see, elevator and exterminator, we use this only one throughout all departments. And yet, in various departments, when it comes to, say, towing, we use 3 different tow companies, and electrical, we use different electrical. So I'm wondering, is there a cost savings to going out to bid for one vendor for these and get some uniformity across the city? Is there a savings there? And Dan, have we done that, or should we do that? What do you think about that? Dan Doucette.
Councilor Manning Martin, I'm not sure that we have Mr. Doucette.
Okay, I'm sorry. I saw his name earlier. He must not be here now. Mr. Gingrich or the mayor, the answer, maybe?
Yeah, I think direct that to either the mayor or Mr. Gingrich.
No, that's a good point. That's something I could work with Dan on, and we can take a look at that.
I agree. I agree. I think that's something worth looking at.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Manning Martin. Other councilors? Seeing none? What is the will of the council? Council Rossignol.
I would like to make a motion to accept the mayor's approved fiscal year 2021 budget for public safety in the amount of $20,205,490. So moved.
Councilors, you've heard the motion. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, moving on to public services. It's everything from healthy Peabody, drug-free, health administration, school health administrator, council on aging, disability commission, veteran services, community programs. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was a, that's human services, not public services. I apologize for that. We're talking streets and highways, public works, garage, solid waste disposal facilities, and cemeteries. Apologize for that. Questions from the council? Councilor Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is for I think for the mayor. You got that open spot at the cemetery. Is that going to be filled this year? Or I know it's been one of those kind of it's been kind of an influx department.
Yes. Yeah, Taylor, we're very fortunate to have Taylor McCallum. I can say that right now. He's been a terrific hire and he's doing a wonderful job over there on a very limited budget. So yeah, I think he's somebody we need to get some assistance to that department. Thankfully, DPW, DPS has been helping, particularly during this. Sadly, it's a busy time for the cemetery, and he's been getting assistance from DPS. But yeah, that's a position when I'm hoping things get a little bit better here that we need to fill. So yeah, that's my hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. All set. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Healthy Peabody Collaborative, the grant is up. Did we move that over to the police? I forget. Where's that? Did we fund it, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, no, this year they had, they were able to get a re-up for a grant. So we did have some funding for them last year. I think it was 110,000. We took that out of the budget this year. So they're completely grant funded right now.
That's excellent. I was worried that when I saw it zeroed out, because they do such a great job.
Yep.
And do you know, Mayor, is it just 1 year, or will we be faced with this again next year?
I have to double check that. I thought it had been re-upped for another 3 years, but Council, let me check that. But yeah, that was good news. They do a lot of good work, but they're grant funded right now, and I'll find out how long that grant stays for.
That's great. And you're right. That is very good news. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Manning Martin. Councilor Manning Martin, just a point of clarification. I mistakenly read a number of the departments under human services instead of public services, so that I caused you to go to the wrong place there. So we're just so that you're focused on the right section. We're in public services now. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, so the biggest change here is the facilities department, where we've taken on the custodial staff from the schools. So I just had a couple of questions with that, and I'm sure you've already looked through this, but for my benefit. Are those the custodial staff in the city and the custodial staff in the school? Are they in the same labor union? You're muted, Mike.
Mike, you need to come off mute. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, that's what happened a couple of years ago. We merged the school custodian and maintenance and our city side maintenance into one union.
Okay, yeah, because I see if you look at the salary pages, there's a, I don't want to say significant, but a few dollars an hour between some of our custodial staff at the schools, and that may just be tenure, but it's just I don't want to wind up having to pay everybody an equal rate that happens to raise the budget down the road. So that was my concern. But the second part of my concern is, so when the custodians were with the school district, if somebody were to rent out a school facility, there'd be a building use fee to offset the cost of the janitorial or the custodial staff. Have we addressed the fact that building use fee should now be sent to the city budget rather than the school budget, the general budget, because we will be paying the cost of the overtime for those the custodial staff at those schools, and I just think it's only to help us offset. It would make sense to send that fee to us.
Yeah, in fact, we have to work out the details on that, but the plan is to take those funds and put it into a building revolving fund. So it could be used for repairs and maintenance and things of that nature as we collect those fees.
Okay, with the school committee already approving their budget, that's not an issue for us to do. Does it affect their budget at all?
I don't believe they use that as an offset, but I'd have to look at it.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Gould, did I see you gesture? Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. And I did want to say, I did see the change in the salaries that I wasn't able to see earlier. So thank you, Mr. Labossi. I did see that and figured that out. I did have one question on page, it was the land, I apologize. On page 34, on the salaries, full-time solid waste disposal. I saw that, I believe I understand now. The salary proposed was 65, but it went down to 30 because the landfill was closed, I assume, and now it's going back up to 66. I think I answered my own questions. I'm sorry. I believe that's probably what the reason was. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sasslaw. Councilor Charest.
Thank you, Chairman. On the grounds, on the topic that Councilor Turco was speaking about, on the school usage fees, there's also a custodian's fee that I remember being years on the school committee that's there. I believe it's still there. So we would want to look at that too, that the not only the building fees, but custodial fees will go to the city, since we are now absorbing that cost. And I believe if we are adopting the same language that the school committee has on that, that is a language that says the school usage fee cannot be waived, custodial fees can. And if, again, I know there's a couple members who are on this council who's been on the school committee may remember also that they do have that into their budget to make a little wiggle room for them. So I think we need to address that just for maintenance, cleaning up, language stuff, just to make sure that we're understanding where those fees are going and where they are being appropriate for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Charest. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along the same lines of the custodial questions, do you anticipate this ending up being a cost savings for overtime? And my point would be, if a custodian at the Burke School calls out sick, you would then be able to transfer a custodian from the city side over and cover that building. So not only are you looking to consolidate and put everybody under the same umbrella, is there also thought by doing this measure saving overtime in that line item? Either to you, Mr. Gingras, or to you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's one of our intentions, but it's something we have to work out with the unions.
So, okay, so that still hasn't been addressed yet?
We've been talking about it.
Yeah, that's our hope, Mr. Rossignol, and but that we're still working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilor Rossignol. Other councilors? Seeing none, what is the will of the council? Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the mayor's approved fiscal year 2021 budget for the public services in the amount of $11,398,085. So moved.
Councilors, you've heard the motion from Councilor Rossignol. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilors, now we'll move to human services. Councilor Manning Martin, we got your first question out of the way, so questions from the council. Councilor Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know usually when it's tough budget times, it's usually human services always, unfortunately, takes the brunt of it. But I did have a couple and I had two questions specifically on the Council of Aging. As I bring it up, and it gets brought up every year that half their funds are raised by the actual Council on Aging. But Mike, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Gingras, I know that they're still operating and delivering and providing services based on the COVID crisis, the entire crisis. Obviously, it's impacting our elderly in a major way. Are they going to be eligible for some of these emergency funds that are coming from the government with regards to dealing with the crisis?
Yeah, that's correct. Anything to do with COVID emergency for delivery of foods, for preparation of foods. I think the initial amount we put in was 50,000. That's going back to them. That we just received a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
But yeah,
I know they're going to be, and through you, Mr. Chairman, I know they're going to be, it got brought up, I believe it was last year's budget. I did not know this, that those events that a lot of us attend, those are a major fundraising source for them with regards to their food service. So if they're not having those events, but they're still doing their services, that's going to be probably impacting their bottom line. Right, Mike? Mr. Gingras? So I guess I'm saying, can we get that? Is that reimbursement that they would usually have? Can that come from this emergency service that can fill some of that void?
Yeah,
I haven't talked to Carolyn about this, but I'm sure I don't know if she's on.
She is on that, Councilor Melville. So if you'd like to direct that question to her.
Yeah, I can direct that to Carolyn. Just based off of not having the events, and that I know that you raise half of your money. I cannot imagine that this is the easiest way to. This time is not going to be easy to raise the money. That those funds while you're still providing the service related to COVID. I'm just curious on what the whole might be.
Yeah, actually, we do have some big concerns with the budget. And as you mentioned, we do actually raise about 50% of the budget on our own. During the pandemic, just so far, we've delivered about 6,000 frozen meals to seniors at no cost. We provided about 1,300 rides for necessary medical appointments and grocery shopping, as well as done hundreds of people. We've helped them with social services, so they've mailed things into us. Mary Ann Pierce has worked on projects for people, Mass Health, other applications. So those expenses, like you said, there's still, we have to deal with those. I guess what I'm most concerned about is certainly the cut of 14.79% is going to be difficult for us. That's for sure. But I think the 1.2 million that we raise every year, that's through our day program, through as you say, the parties, our gift store, so many other things. We've already seen that we've spent about $250,000 bar reserved at this point. So I guess I am concerned if we're not able to open our day program until, October, November, what's going to happen. So I think we definitely will be looking at furloughs and just to be able to be standing at the end of this, because it's devastating to us. So between the 14.79% cut and the 1.2 million that we normally raise, I can tell you the last 3 months, we normally raise a little over $100,000 a month. And the last 2 months was 32,000, and this month was about 36,000. So, and we still have the full payroll. So I have a lot of concerns, legitimate concerns, of course. And then, of course, we were very successful in getting, we're supposed to be receiving, 6 new vehicles, and our 20% local match is $90,000. And in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have to, come up with that as well. And, so just all this combined, and I did work with Mike that cares. We did put in about $50,000 worth of expenses thus far with the, frozen meals and some of the other medicals and other rides that we provided. But that's really only just going to touch the tip of that 1.2 million that we raise every year. So yeah, we're very concerned down here. Our board members are concerned, and we're concerned as well. So.
Thanks, Carolyn. That's interesting. I guess, Mike, Mr. Gingras, so what I'm trying to get at is that with the impact that they're having as well, still operating their service while not taking in any income, is that something that we could look at with these COVID emergency funds? Because it sounds like that's what it's for, that to keep the social service operations functioning while they can still provide the services to those people being impacted. I mean, is that kind of on the outline of this thing? I'm essentially looking at disaster relief is what I'm saying.
Yeah, any and all services that can qualify as COVID related will be reimbursable, either 100% or at 75%, depending on whether it falls under the FEMA realm or the CARES Act.
Okay. So do you think that the food their operations that would I'm assuming that would fall in? I can't imagine it wouldn't. These folks can't leave their houses due to the crisis and they need to be fed. So
yeah, those are absolutely, and we've already been reimbursed $50,000 on that.
Yeah, but it sounds like there's been $250,000. I heard that number thrown out. I mean, through the chair. I don't want to go back and forth, but I just it comes up every year, and I just want to know the impact. Also, the salary. So, is the $160,000 budget change coming from the city side? Is that going to be? This is from Mr. Gingras. Is that the intention of that to be made up in the fundraising side for the Council of Aging?
I think it's going to have to come through furloughs or things of that nature, because we don't anticipate the full operation being open there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Melville. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Mr. Gingras and also Ms. Nguyen. Has the Council on Aging been able to pursue any private funding, whether it be through local community foundations or corporate philanthropy? Would there be eligibility there? And if so, could we allocate some resources via grant writing to assist with that?
Yes, actually, the last few months I've applied for many grants. We probably have gotten about $85,000 worth of grants thus far, and I'm looking every day, I'll be honest with you. So we have been fairly successful with that. We certainly, the JB Thomas Fund, they've actually helped us with about $20,000. Eastern Bank, there's actually through the community development, there was some more community development block grant just specifically for the COVID. We did apply for that. We were successful with $30,000 for that. So, that certainly has helped with some of the costs of the food because we're not charging the seniors anything. We're just delivering this food and it's getting very popular, by the way. But so many of our folks are kind of frightened to even go out shopping at this point in time. So we foresee that this food program, the frozen meals program, is something that's probably going to continue for quite some time. My real concern is our adult day health program. So for the past 29 years that we've operated an adult day health program, it has actually come up with about, it's allowed us to have 14 buses on the road every day. It's allowed us to have an independent kitchen. So without that program and protecting that program, that's my main concern, honestly. I think, we certainly can document, the meals that are leaving here and the transportation, other things that we're doing to get reimbursed for that. But if we don't get permission to open our day program until sometime in the next few months, or I think that's why we're definitely in need of, we'll have to do furloughs. We won't have an option at this point. We won't be able to sustain it, so.
I think I definitely applaud you reaching out for every opportunity you can, and it sounds like you applied quite a bit. I just did want to mention the MA COVID-19 Relief Fund, which was initially chaired by firstly Lauren Baker. The way that that's being administered is through local community foundations, so it'd be the Essex County Community Foundation is administering it for PBD and all of Essex County. So I'll catch up with you separately offline, but might be pursuing there as well.
I appreciate the information. I certainly will reach out. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I know it's been a very difficult time, but thank you so much for all your hard work on behalf of our seniors.
Oh, much appreciated. We have such a wonderful staff here. I can't tell you. Certainly at the beginning, many of them were even frightened to even go out, but they've stepped up. They're unbelievable. They really are. We're very, very fortunate. It's even hard to think of the word furlough, to be honest with you. We have people that have been here 17, 18 years that have been certified nursing assistants here. That's unheard of in the community, especially like long-term care facilities. But they appreciate the work that they do here, and they're to not protect that program would be heartbreaking. It really would be, and it would actually certainly hurt the city down the line. 33% of the population in Peabody is over 60. That's more than double the Commonwealth's average. So, we need services that are going to be strong to protect these seniors and do what we need to do. So any help would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carolyn, thank you for everything you do. I am of age to stop participating in some of your services, so I'm being selfish here. Carolyn, how many part-time employees have we laid off so far? Any?
Yes, actually, we've laid off 7 people so far. We've laid off 4 part-time bus drivers, 1 receptionist, a nurse, and 1 custodian part-time.
And most of that is dictated because we don't have clients in the building, correct? To generate income and generate.
It's income-based, yes, yeah. It's not really, that's what it is.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So looking at, through you to Caroline and Mike Gingrich, looking at last year's budget for the Council on Aging, 2020, you had budgeted for full-time salaries at $989,000, but the actual expenditure was $112,000 more than that. And the same for part-timers. You had budgeted for $50,000 in part-timers, but you actually spent $54,000. And I'm assuming that's because of some of the COVID expenses. So isn't that just a simple number to say, well, because I know under the CARES Act, anything that we didn't budget for but expended, we can write off. So obviously right here, we didn't budget for it, but we expended it. So I'm wondering if that $166,000 could be written off directly to the CARES Act for excess salary in both those line items.
Yes, so actually our payroll is 1.8 million. So it's, it doesn't really have to do with any of the COVID stuff. And the city provides us with, a little over $1 million for that. But our full payroll is 1.8 million.
Okay, so then this question would actually be best served by Mr. Gingrich. So Mike, why is that we budgeted 989.6 and actually spent 1.1 million on full-time salaries, and we actually spent 104 rather than the 50 on part-time salaries? Because this cut, and let me just finish it before I let you answer. So where it reflects a 16.17% cut, it's actually much more damaging than that, because it's 16.7 off the budgeted number, plus the overage that they spent. So it's actually closer to a 30% cut in those line items. But to you, Mike.
All right, so when I pulled the year-to-date expense column, it's grabbing all the expenses that were charged to that account, but what it doesn't show is the offsets, and they offset some of their expenses with the grants. So that the payroll runs through the city, and like Carolyn said, it's 1.8 million, but there's offsets from their grant accounts, which hadn't been posted up against that expense. That's why you see it higher than budget.
So this is, like Councilor Melville said, this is always the section that gets hit the hardest. And I think we as a council should attempt to restore it as quickly as we possibly can too. And I'll move to my next question regarding page 38, Mike. Sharon Cameron, for her part-time budget, we reduced that. And I'm wondering, why would we reduce a part-time, anything in the health department right now? And let me find page 38.
So the part-time budget on page 38 was reduced because we moved a piece of the code enforcement officer that had been charged there to COVID funds for this year, because most of his work is going to be COVID related.
Okay, I was hopeful you'd say that, Mike, because I remember we budgeted the part-timer under Sharon's budget for the code enforcement officer, and Mr. Mayor, while I have you, I think every council will attest that position has worked out greatly and been very responsive to a lot of needs throughout the city that we've asked him for, and I'm hopeful that we keep him on board. So I just wanted to let you to say that. Thank you. And then my last question in this subject would be page 43, where we have community programs. Essentially, we've cut almost every community program, with the exception of the School Olympics, which we raised $2,000. So, Mayor, just wondering why does it cost $4,500 to have a School Olympics? I know you started this about 3 years ago. It's a great program, great idea, but it increased by 80% this year, while we reduced Memorial Day, Veterans Memorial Monuments. Anyway, there are a lot of reductions in these community programs, but we're raising the School Olympics. Can I ask you why?
Yeah, the School Olympics are fun. It's for food, the transportation, shirts, which actually I pay for the shirts out of my campaign account. But the $2,000, the increase was because we didn't have the Olympics this year, and we thought that we might try to do something for the sixth graders that are going to be moving on to sixth graders, and then the fifth graders. So that's kind of the only reason we did that. We're not going to be sure if we're going to be able to do something for them, but that was kind of the hope that maybe in the spring we could do something for the sixth graders as well, because they missed that event.
So if we didn't have it, I'm sorry. So I'm just trying to grasp it. It's such a minuscule amount. I'm sorry to even ask you about it. I'm just curious. So in 2020, you budgeted 2,500, but you spent $1,000 more than that. So we had it this year. We didn't have it this year.
No, we didn't have it this year.
Okay. So where did that money go?
Mr. Gingras, do we?
Yeah, I have to check into that. Could have been something else got charged there. I don't know. I can get back to you.
Yeah, we definitely didn't have the Olympics this year.
Okay. All right. Let me know, Mike, if you could. I'm just curious where that $3,575 went to.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Turco. Councilor Marsoulis, I wasn't sure if you wanted to. No, thank you. Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. I just had one comment on the part-time inspector that we put in the budget a couple of years ago, Mr. Mayor. I did see that he's going to go full-time because there is enough work out for him there, I guess, which is a good thing. The only thing I would ask that, as you come up with that job description, one of the things that we did push for was that he has some availability on Saturdays, because that's when some violations take place. So if you could see that, maybe he doesn't need to work the Thursday night till 7 because we need him for a couple hours on Saturday, 9 to 12. But if you could just pay attention and work with Mr. Tallarico and Sharon, make sure there's some availability after hours, because that's sometimes unfortunately people figure out, well, it's after 5, so I don't have to worry about anybody from the city coming by checking out when I'm doing that. I really shouldn't be doing so. Just a side point. Thank you.
Yes, and I did want to speak to that, and I appreciate you and Mr. Turco speaking on that. He has been an excellent addition. That position has worked very well for us, particularly sadly during this time. We have made that a full position, and we're going to be getting funding relief with COVID. We think that fits perfectly in. So yeah, when Saturday hours are, I think, critical to this position, and that was part of the reason why we wanted to increase his hours, because of that very thing. So thank you for that. And Mr. Suckney's doing a terrific job, as really all the inspectors. It's amazing the hard work that the health department has done. When this is all hopefully said and done, we should have a real moment to thank the Human Services and Sharon Cameron's department for all their hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Other councilors, Councilor Shrest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the code enforcement, I've witnessed firsthand at Board of Health meetings of his work. And I'm wondering, and I don't want to take money away from one great group who needs more money, but the PBD Collaborative, is there any resources there that can be utilized for his salary? Because every time I've seen him on the hearings, he's going into the stores and he's catching people selling tobacco or tobacco use products. That vaping stuff. He's catching these people, and he's really working hard at that. So I think that goes hand in hand with the healthy collaborative. So I'm not sure if there's anything else there that can help out with his salary, but I certainly support going full time with him. He's has done a fantastic job, and I know he works both hand in hand with the Board of Health and the building commissioner. So it's certainly something that we need to keep going and enforcing those codes to keep PBD healthy. The other question, it was just Ms. Nguyen, with the center over in Salem opened up, did you see it? What was the percentage of a loss that you saw of people from that area coming? Through the chair.
Ms. Nguyen.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So the question, do you hear the question from Councilor?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Councilor Shrest's question was with respect to the impact that the Salem facility opening has had on your operation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we haven't seen any impact at all. Yeah.
That's good and bad. It's good that we, as I said before, you operate a fantastic program, so nobody's leaving Peabody to go to another community. But I know that's a loss of revenue also. And so that's good to you. The other thing, what's the percentage of, you talked about runs with the buses for delivering meals and things of that nature, and I'm sorry I hadn't followed it to know this is, has it increased, but the lack of buses that you had to lay off, with that in mind? Can you give me a number for that? Like, understanding that you laid off some bus drivers, part-time bus drivers, you may not have as many buses on the road, but the ones you do, what's the percentage of meals being delivered to homes or anything else like that since the COVID has increased?
Yes. Okay. Am I on? Okay. So actually, the frozen meal delivery is a completely new service. We never did that before. So I think for at least for the part-time drivers that we did lay off, it was completely, for monetary reasons. We just couldn't, not operating the day program, which covers the cost of, actually 5 of our full-time drivers are paid through the adult day health program. So the first changes were with part-time because those aren't benefited positions. So I think that was a very good decision. I think the decisions we make going forward, though, it's going to be a little bit trickier, with possible furloughs. It's definite. If we can't open the day program, we have to look at that as an option because we're not, I guess you can compare us on one side, we're a social service agency, but on the other side, we're kind of like the mall. We're not open, so we can't generate that income.
Sure. And like you said, the frozen meals being a total new operation for you, as Councilor Welton had mentioned, there might be other resources. I'm hoping maybe that could find you some relief, that if those resources were made for programs that you started up for just because of COVID. I certainly hope you, Council Welton, I know he will do everything he can to help you out to get you in the right direction for those. So please take him up for that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Keep up, you do a fantastic job, as everyone says. So I'm sorry you have to take a hard cut, but that's, any dollar that comes in that I know we can send your way, we certainly will.
Yeah.
Thank you, Director Nguyen. Thank you, Councilor Charest. Other councilors? Seeing none. Is there a motion from the Council on Human Services? Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the mayor's approved fiscal 2021 budget for human services at $3,020,460. So moved.
Councilors, you've heard the motion. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Moving on to Culture and Recreation. Questions from the council? Councilor Sasslaw.
Thank you. I just had a question of the library director, Miss Merlin. I was looking at the expenses, and it's on page, it says page 41 of 47. It's right after salary, page 42. And what kind of came out to me was the fact that Conica Minolta Premier Finance. So obviously, I believe that's a copy machine leasing, and we're spending $7,500 a year on leasing machines. I was just curious about the breakdown of that, because I always thought that maybe the copiers were, maybe, you know, people want to take copies, they pay money, and maybe it was a break even, but looks like we're spending $7,500 a year. And I'm just curious, is that a normal expense in the year, and where we see this going? Is there a copy in every single library? So maybe we just can talk to that. I appreciate it.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Yes, we pay about $7,500 a year to lease the machines and also to get them serviced by Conica Minolta. That includes 2 large color copier printer scanner combo packs at the main library and one each at each of the branches. We honestly, the money that we bring in from patrons paying for printing, we did increase the cost last year to 25 cents a page now for color and 15 cents a page for black and white. All the money that we bring in for that goes back into the city's general fund. So it is deposited every couple weeks by our bookkeeper. The total that we make, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that we make more than the $7,500 a year that's put back into the general fund on that. Just because we are one of the few libraries that has color copying and color printing for patrons, and all the people that we use, the almost 200,000 people that use our libraries every year, vast majority of them are coming in to do some sort of printing or copying. So it is a normal expense, and it does seem expensive, you know, looking at a line item, but I think that I can get you the numbers on that by tomorrow morning. I can look at my numbers very quickly and talk to my bookkeeper, but I don't feel that it's a lot of money to spend on that because of the service it does provide at our 3 branches to that many people every year.
Thank you. That's great. I assumed that. I did think there was money coming. I just want to, I didn't want to assume that all this was expense. I appreciate that. Thank you. And
sure, of course.
The good work also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sasslaw. Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Ms. Merlin. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, thank you. So your big hit was your part-time wages. How many employees did you, or are you projected to lay off in that $210,000 number?
So we have already laid off 21 part-time employees. That included 8 teenage pages who do all of the shelving at all of our 3 branches. And then included 13 part-time aides who are our primary front-facing staff, so the people that you see at the public services desks whenever you come into the library, and the people who answer the phone. And they were laid off end of May, beginning of June.
And how are you going to be able to figure out how to man those stations, or?
The way it stands right now, we have all been the full-time people who are left have all been working from home this whole time, and we're all back in the library starting this coming Monday to gear up for starting a curbside pickup project that will be starting on July 6th, where people can, it's been doing in other libraries too, so you place holds online and come to the library during a pickup window and pick up your books in the trunk of your car. That while we are closed to the public for the next couple months, the full-time staff that we have left are able to only keep this going at the main library. So we won't be able to offer this at the branches because the manpower required for this, even just 4 or 5 days a week, is enormous. The concern comes in when it does come time to open the branches again. That's when the loss of our part-time people really make a big impact. Because at this point, honestly, it's obviously based on health and when it's safe to invite the public back into the libraries and open further. But at this point, we just don't have the bodies to open the 2 branches, unfortunately. Those 13 people were the people that provided, again, all that front-facing service that you all see every day in the library. We have enough full-time people to keep the main library going and provide all the services people expect from us, plus these additional things like curbside pickup that will continue, I'm sure, in perpetuity, because my guess is it'll be really popular. And all the additional cleaning that we're going to have to do when we do reopen, which is just sanitizing after every patron and all that kind of stuff. But it makes this level of staffing without these part-time people makes opening the branches, even on a alternating couple day a week schedule, virtually impossible, just because we need the bodies. So it's difficult.
So am I hearing you right that you're not going to be able to open the south or the west branch?
Correct. And that's all based on health. And in a worst case scenario, health-wise, September rolls around and there's a second wave and it's not an option to open the branches anyway. But in a perfect world where the health of the nation did continue to get better and we were able to reopen to the public, we would not be able to open the branches just due to staffing levels. Correct.
Okay. I'm sure the mayor's having a difficult time with that layoff because we know that libraries are near and dear to all of us. Can you tell me the books and subscriptions? What does that do to you by cutting that number significantly?
So those numbers are back to numbers from FY19, and that number is not, cutting that subscription number is not going to be a horrible cut from us. We do have to do a lot of moving around of resources and taking money out of buying, fiction in the books that everybody does expect, the physical books that people will be able to check out curbside and in the building at some point. We have to shift a good chunk of that money into digital resources, so a lot more ebooks and more databases. And we're hoping to purchase Chromebooks to lend out to patrons and more Wi-Fi, Verizon hotspots for people to check out, because that includes everything that is checked out, even if it's technology as well. We're going to have to do a lot of shifting around. And this summer, with the branches being closed, the collections at the branches aren't really going to have anything added to them all summer. We will be able to provide books from the branches to patrons, but we'll have to physically bring them over. So we're going to not be purchasing books for the branches this summer, most likely. But I don't think it's going to be a huge hardship for us, that number, because we'll have to shift things around and prioritize. But we're looking at a different part-time. I'm sorry?
It's more the part-time.
Yeah.
It's more the part-time people that are going to.
Yeah, absolutely.
In what phase of the reopening do you open?
We are
phase 4 of Governor Baker's.
So technically right now with phase 2, we are allowed to have limited borrowing services right now. If we chose to, we would be allowed to have patrons in the building just for picking up their holds and picking up books at the public services desk, which is essentially the same service we'll be offering through curbside pickup by just putting the books in your trunk instead of having you come in the building to get them in person. I don't know what the next stage is. I think that every, stage of a stage, we get a little bit more loosened up in terms of having people in the building. At this point, I think that curbside pickup will continue absolutely through the summer. I don't anticipate us being able to open up for any further than that, simply because people come in the library and spend a lot of time and touch everything. Just safety-wise, we're not ready for that.
Well, thank you for your time.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gould. Thank you, Ms. Merlin. Councilor Weldon.
Thank you. To Ms. Merlin, I was just curious, are you utilizing any digital services at this point through the pandemic, and see an uptick in that way?
We are. So we have all of our databases that we normally subscribe to. They get usage from people at home. We've been doing a lot of publicizing and creating tutorials on how to teach people to use them for research. And we have music and video and movie streaming services that we pay for, that we've had all of our usage by patrons of those have increase between 50 and 100% for all of those resources for streaming movies and downloading CDs to their phones and listening to in their cars and at home. Our ebook usage has also gone up about 100%, so people checking out ebooks from home. As I mentioned before to Councilor Gould, our collection and materials, that money has to be shifted around because ebooks are extremely expensive. They cost about 4 to 5 times more than just buying a normal print book. Which is why the money has to be shifted around. But again, those percentages have gone up about 100% in terms of usage. We've had a lot of patrons still wanting to use our resources, but needing to use them in a different manner. And we've been pushing out more and more, and we have more that come July 1st, we're hoping that we're able to purchase and expand usage for people to use at home, because we realize some people might choose to not come in for a while. So there are a lot of digital resources that we already have access to and more that we'll be adding if we're able to.
So if I understand that correctly, your utilization rate hasn't changed. It's just the public's utilizing your services in a different manner. Is that correct?
Yes, it's hard to do the exact math because the different services that we pay for, people are, instead of coming in to check out one CD, they're able to download 10 onto their phone. Each of those is considered a usage, but all the usage just kind of shifted around. If you looked at the numbers of circulation, I'm sure they've gone down because we don't have people checking out physical books, and unfortunately everybody is able to access our digital resources, which is why one of the things we want to purchase are Chromebooks and our Wi-Fi hotspots and Kindles, so people can check them out for a couple weeks at a time and use our digital resources at home. So our numbers have just kind of shifted around. But people are loving the digital resources and asking for more. And we've increased all of our budgets already for all of them through the end of FY20 and shifted money into that. And we'll be doing the same thing next year.
Great. Well, thank you for clarifying, and thank you for your. I have 4 little ones that are eagerly waiting to be back at the South Library. So
thank you.
How hard you're working. So thank you very much for your effort.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Welton. Thank you, Director Merlin. Other councilors? Seeing none. I'll entertain a motion to approve fiscal 2021 budget for culture and recreation in an amount of $3,459,662.
So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Rossignol. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas. Mitsoulas. Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco. Turco, O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Clerk, before you record that vote, Councilor Matsoulis was frozen when you were at him, so could we get a recorded vote? Matsoulis?
My voice was off, Mr. Chairman, and I kept trying to get it back on. I missed the vote. My vote is yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Matsoulis. Thank you to the clerk. Moving on, the debt service section. Questions from the council? Seeing none, what's the will of the council? Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the mayor's approved fiscal 2020-21 budget for debt service in the amount of $7,712,033. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Rossignol. On the motion, roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco, O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Now in the employee benefits section, TV retirement system, workman's compensation, employee benefits, insurance administration. Questions from the council? Councilor Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is for Mr. Gingras. We're still, it looks like based on what I'm seeing for the PBD retirement system, we're still following our required, I believe, is it an actuary table or payment requirements for our, to get ourselves at fully funded? Is that correct for the retirement system?
Yeah, that particular for FY 2021, it's the current funding schedule, actuarial, and it increased slightly.
Yeah.
Actually, we just voted today at the retirement board meeting to do an 8% funding schedule, which is going to increase it next year, but not as dramatically as the actuarial analysis came out. So we should be in good shape going forward for FY 2022.
But through you through the chair to Mr. Gingras. So two things on that. First, I think that's great because I think a lot of communities are going to make a mistake in transferring a lot of their liabilities today to their retirement accounts, which is only going to hurt them down the road with their bond rating and whatnot. As you know, and I know, Mr. Gingras, and I think many of the councilors know, that's a major thing that the bond rating agencies are harp on is the funding of the retirement. Where are we at? Are we in the 60%? I thought we were better than most.
Well, we were doing pretty good. We're at about 50% now, and you know, we've had some turmoil with the market, so
Yeah.
hopefully it'll pick back up again.
Okay. Well, I'm glad at least we're fully funding it. They were funding it based on that schedule because that's the way to get us out of that issue. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Council Melville. Questions from other councilors? Councilor Shrest.
Thank you to the chair. I think Mr. Friedman is still here. And I know it's a small department. We don't hear much from him. And because he's, you know, waited throughout the whole night, if there was any more information he would like to share on some of the things that Council Melville was stating. To the chair.
Mr. Freeman?
Yes.
Did you hear the question from Councilor Shrest?
I just heard that he wanted to know if there was anything else I wanted to add to that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
No, I think we did have the actuary do the briefing today. The unfunded liability did grow over the last 2 years by about another $10 million. So it's got a way to go, but we're doing okay. We're, I think, at 52% funded. So we are on track.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shrest. Other questions from the council? Seeing none. I'll accept the motion to approve fiscal 2021 budget for employee benefits in an amount of $26,926,939.
So moved.
So was that Councilor O'Neill? You heard the motion from Councilor O'Neill. On the motion? Roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas,
Yeah.
Gould,
Yes.
Charis,
Yes.
Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
Ginn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Okay, we've made it through the agenda this evening. I appreciate the quality of the questions and appreciate all the participation on the part of Director of Finance and your staff and all the department heads for their participation. We're going to resume this process. We're in a position to do so with the school budget on Thursday evening. There's reason to believe that that will be possible, but I'm going to ask the mayor to comment on that just to make sure we set expectations properly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all to all of you for your support. And we'll just keep working on this as we go forward in the weeks and months ahead. As to Thursday, the school committee voted last evening unanimously to approve the school budget. We have a public hearing set up Thursday at 5:30. And I think we should be good to go at 6:30 for the city council meeting. I wanted to see if, actually, we're on for 6, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So it might be a few minutes later than 6, but I don't think it will be much longer than that. I think that we'll be able to move things pretty quickly on Thursday at 5:30, and then we'll be ready to go. Superintendent Kerbal, his team, superintendent in waiting, Josh Vidala, will be there as well, and looking forward to presenting at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, just a moment, Mr. Gingras. Council Manning Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we wrapped it up, I just wanted to thank Mr. Gingrich for the work that he put into this budget. It's a difficult time, and you really were very impressive this evening, Mike. You knew your stuff. You had solid information and answers, and you expressed a lot of confidence in this budget. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question I have is, I received an email during the budget meeting from the school department with their budget. So I could forward that and make it available for everyone.
That would be terrific if we could get that sooner rather than later, Mr. Gingras.
Okay.
Councilor Shrest.
Yes, thank you. Are we going to have that in paper form?
I guess that was part of my question. I could have it printed out tomorrow and available at the city clerk's office and distribute it.
Yeah,
I would prefer that. Speaking as one.
That decision for the group, Councilor Shrest. I think we need paper copies distributed, if at all feasible.
Yes, we will get that out tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of housekeeping items while I have the council. The city clerk needs your MWRA signature sheets. Try to turn those in as soon as possible. And the city clerk is still collecting the $50 from each counselor for the high school student scholarship. So just points of information for the counselors.
Thank you for that. Councilor Rossignol, Mr. President. So again, as a reminder to everybody, we will reconvene with soft cut before we wrap up. Councilor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to either Mike or the mayor, when you said yes, we'll have that, Mr. Mayor, is that something we are going to pick up, or will they be delivered to the house?
We'll get it out to all of you.
Thank you, sir.
So on the other hand, was that Councilor Weldon?
Yeah, I have the same question. So all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Weldon.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
No further questions from the council. We're gonna reconvene as posted at 6 o'clock on Thursday, and I'll accept Councilor Turco's motion to adjourn.
Is it to adjourn or is it to recess? Just point of clarification.
Yeah, we're gonna actually, thank you for that. It is in fact a recess. So we are going to Councilor Turco's motion to recess. Councilors, here's the motion. Roll call.
Councilors Welton,
Yes.
Sasslaw,
Yes.
Mitsoulas. Mitsoulas. Gould,
Yes.
Karas,
Yes.
Manning Martin. Manning Martin,
Yes.
Turco,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Melville,
Yes.
McGinn,
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Could we record a vote for Councilor Matsoulis, please? He was, again, had a technical issue there.
I'm on now. My vote is yes.
We stand in recess and have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.